Sorry. Now we're good.
Okay, we're a few minutes late, but we're going to call the meeting of the Planning Commission of May 30th to order and get started with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And again, all of the commissioners are present. So we will go ahead and reopen the public hearing, or continue the public hearing, and get started with a little bit of that update from Peter, or anything you want to share.
So just more of a procedure today. I think we want to go back and touch on a couple of things. First, the proposed addition of language regarding how to use the general plan would probably be the first thing of order. The next thing that we carried over from previously was the ag conversion measure, and I had indicated that I had thought that I could maybe come up with something, but I'm really struggling, and I think I need some further direction from the commission before I spend a lot of time trying to develop revised language there. Once we address those two issues, then I think it would be time to jump into the conservation and open space. I noticed that Commissioner Wooster had just passed out a section of this is Public Resource Code?
Yes.
I had expected to have some additional work provided to me by our planning consultants, our consultants. Unfortunately, I haven't received that yet. And so I would like to defer discussion of any oak policies and language, both from the EIR as well as the general plan itself, to next week on oaks, until I have a chance to review that. And so if that's okay with the commission, if we could defer discussion of oak policies and oak measures until I've had a chance to look at the revisions that they provide us and incorporate that into any changes. That would be helpful.
Makes sense to me.
Makes sense to me.
So then, we'll start off with using the general plan. And this is so this was language from the early draft provided by the consultants the county had at the time, Minter Harnish. The introduction chapter was released publicly, and was suggested that we include language to this effect. This seems fine. There were a couple of things that didn't make much sense to me, so I have provided some minor edits, but for the most part I believe that it's fine to incorporate this into the introduction. I don't know if we tag it on at the very end, or there's some other more appropriate positioning in the introduction. I'll leave that up to you.
Well, our current draft has the last section, guidelines for using the general plan. So I would think that we would, if we were going to include this stuff, which I think we ought to have public comment probably before I even get into this, that's where it would go. I think it's all seems to be a nice guide. Whether it's needed or not, I don't know.
Yes. So the reason we're even looking at it was because of a public comment about that we suggested that we take a look at it. Maybe we want to get just a quick comments from the public, we'll come back and talk about it more. Is there anybody who would like to add to their previous comments on this? Okay, thank you. So, carry on.
Michelle, there
Well,
was one.
That's what I was going to say.
Michelle?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
That'd be great.
Our previous comments on what?
on the use of the general plan, how somebody would make use of it. So if an applicant had a project, how they might refer to the general plan, what kind of information they could expect to find in there. So there was a previous one-page document that just kind of summarized for different people how they
What's the
might-
number at the top of the page there? That
Excuse me?
you showed that, is that the one?
It's up on the screen.
Well,
Yes.
I can't see it.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's the one. And we already have a one-page guide to using the plan in here. The suggestion was that we incorporate some of the additional
Is
language
that over here?
from this. I don't know that.
It was
is-
included in the packet that was sent to the
Right.
Planning Commission a couple days ago.
Right.
It was posted on our website.
I would like to have a copy of that.
Do we have a copy?
Thank you. As far as the oak, thing, that's of interest to me. And I have tried very hard to have as much oak canopy as possible on my property.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here. That is not what we're discussing now.
Okay.
We're going to be discussing that next week, the oak canopy.
I know, but they keep putting it off, and it has relevance to what you're doing today.
It does not have relevance to the topic at hand right now, though. I'm sorry. In order for us to get through this in an orderly fashion, we're going to have to stick to each individual topic. Because if we bounce around, we won't be taking notes on your comments in the right place. So if you could just hold those comments until we come back and talk about the oak mitigations again, then... So if you have a comment, though, related to the document that I'm sorry you can't
last
see.
night you said that we could comment on what you guys had talked about last night at the
We're
end
not-
of at
we're
the end
not
of the
com-
meeting.
Right now, we are not commenting on what was discussed last night either.
So when
Some
are-
of those items may well come up again,
But you said that we could comment on them last night.
but not today. Last night, we
Last
had a
night you
special
said
meeting for...
that we could comment today on what you were, because there was no public comment at the end of the meeting.
The whole hearing is for a special hearing for the general plan. There is no public comment section at the end of the meeting. So all of last night was dedicated to comments on any portion of the general plan. But right now, we've taken up the general plan again, and we're going to start working at it element by element again. Right now, what we're talking about, so you'll have other opportunities today to speak as each topic comes up, but right now, we are only talking about the possibility of incorporating some of the language from this previous document into our current document.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us a few more minutes. I just had a chance to read this over again. I like the way it's organized as far as, if you are a resident or a business or a developer or a decision maker, it suggests how you might use this document. And I found that very helpful, especially the part on decision makers, that the general plan is a tool to help the Planning Commission, other boards and commissions, and the Board of Supervisors make land use, environmental, and public investment decisions. This is just, some of this is worded very clearly, not that you have to use the whole thing, but parts of it I think are quite good.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything to say? Okay.
Well, it does not seem to be duplicative of what we already have in here. That we could use the guidelines for using the general plan that we have on currently on our introduction, page 8, that heading, go right into this discussion, and then pick it up with what we have already in our introduction, which talks about definitions, interim zoning relationship, non-conforming uses. And I think it might provide a tool for, if anybody actually ever reads the general plan without going to a specific item, except for just using up more space and paper, I don't see any objection.
Why was this not included the first time around?
As I think as Commissioner Laddish says, it's not really necessary, required, helpful. I don't have any concern about, adding it or not adding it. Suggested by the public, it seemed like a reasonable request, so I dusted it off and took a look at it.
I don't have a problem with it. I think there's a couple places where sentences need to be capitalized. And I think Mr. Laddish has identified the place it should go if it goes in. So I'm good enough with it.
Commissioner Henderson.
I actually like it. It kind of gives a brief general overview of what the purpose of the general plan is. I mean, besides a few edits here and there, I believe where Mr. Laddish stated it should go, I think it'd be a good fit.
I agree. I'd like to see it inserted. I don't feel that it's critical, but it could be helpful.
So we'll insert it at the very beginning of that guidelines for using the general plan section.
Section 8.
Yes, I think probably at the beginning.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't need the second heading using the general plan, just...
Right.
Yeah.
Then, did you have particular suggestions?
Well, we're under residence on the last sentence, where it says the general plan identifies actions the county will be taking to achieve the county's vision. I think if you possibly place after achieve a prosperous and viable future for the county. I think that would spell out a little better.
So rather than achieve the county's vision, it would be achieve
Prosperous and viable future.
Do we need viable? I mean, it sounds like that's something we might not survive this.
Yeah, I was thinking prosperous and sustainable, but understanding sustainable in the dictionary sense. And, but because of the word sometimes has connotations for others, maybe there is a better word that could be suggested. And I think we're trying to get at the same idea.
Yeah, same idea.
So
We could just say a prosperous
future.
Enduring.
And
There you go.
is nice.
Enduring.
That's more positive than viable.
Yeah, I like that.
And that's very good.
And enduring.
are we adding and enduring? Or
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll take one last read over this, but
What? This is why I don't want to type on mine. I gave my... Okay.
and now are you looking for a little further direction on the ag, or did you want to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Well, on that one, that's RP-1E, I think. There were really two issues, and they got mixed up
Yes.
in the draft, and I think the direction was to separate them out and treat them separately because they were different. And one of the issues was that the environmental impact report basically speculated that there might be some of these prime farmlands or farmlands of statewide importance or unique farmlands. I may not have the nomenclature quite right.
Excuse me, what's the policy or?
It is RP1E, implementation measure. It's on page 10 of the resource production element.
Excuse me.
And it identified that there might be those farmlands in the county, but the mapping data that would show you whether there were such farmlands in the county, and if so, where they were, was not yet available. And so there was a kind of a complicated formula for using the map data if it became available, and then it kind of veered off into, if it wasn't available, we would use prime agricultural lands as defined in the government code, if I remember right. But that, of course, didn't meet the impact. Once you got past the mapping data, you couldn't meet the impact. So the idea was, let's deal with that issue, the prime farmland and so forth, which also, as I remember, the problem was with lands that were not designated resource production or working lands. The theory being that those were already protected because they would require general plan amendment to convert them from ag land. And so that issue was, okay, what do we do about the possibility of farmlands existing in this county, which we don't know, that are not protected by a resource production or working lands designation. That was project number one, and the original DEIR, if I remember right, basically said, since we don't have the mapping data, we really can't deal with this. And so if it's here, it's going to be a significant but unavoidable impact because we can't deal with it unless we know what we're dealing with. So that was project number one. Project number two was to come up with some guidelines that the county would be prepared to consider accepting, where there would be conversion of ag land from a resource production, and I think we determined not to include working lands, but at least from resource production designation to something that would allow development. And the idea there was that this wasn't necessary, it wasn't required, because by definition any such conversion would require itself a general plan amendment, but it might be helpful to have a non-exclusive list of potential mitigation measures as to assist people who may want to convert their land. And it would be non-exclusive and it would not be mandatory. And among the ideas that were suggested and actually concurred in by Bob Garamendi at the conclusion of the meeting were, since we have some significant problems with our agricultural land in this county, such as invasive species, the Italian thistles, the yellow star thistles, the and the Medusa head grasses and the barb goat grasses, all of these things, Himalaya blackberries. The agricultural lands have these problems. They also have problems with overgrown brush, which is the legacy of decades of fire suppression. And now piled on top of that, we have the aftermath of the Butte Fire and the Old Gulch Fire, which have created you know, a landscape of down, dead trees that litter the ground and too much new growth coming up. We have all those problems, and the idea was we could come up with some mitigation guidelines that would actually help ag lands in this county, rather than the sole alternative that was in Appendix B, which was conservation easements or paying money into a mitigation bank. That was the idea. I thought it had support. This did not rule out the use of conservation easements, but it would make available alternatives. And people could come up with other mitigation measures, because by definition, this only would apply when you had a general plan amendment before the board that was going to require mitigation. That was the idea. Two separate projects. One I think we really do have to deal with, and that's the first one way or the other. The second one we really don't, but if we could, it would be good. And if we don't have time to deal with it, you know, perhaps the Agricultural Commission and the Ag Advisory Committee can be put to work on this. And one other thing I forgot too is we now have the Resource Conservation District, which is a vehicle that it goes out and gets grants to do the kind of thing I'm suggesting, and those people would be in a position to take whatever money might come out of this program and combine it with grant money or whatever and get something done. That's the way I remember how it went.
Yes, but I'm not sure on your project number one. I thought we're stymied, we really can't do anything on the prime farmland question other than.
That may well be the recommendation. That was the idea, was to go back and look at it.
Yeah,
And see what, if anything, we could do. And if we couldn't, we're just going to have to fess up that we can't until we get the mapping data.
I think concentrating on project number two, if there's some way we can deal with it now in a reasonable sense, would take the priority. We're running out of time.
Well, I believe that the mapping is completed but not quite available to us yet.
So where we're at with that, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, what used to be Soil Conservation Service, has completed soils mapping for the county. I have a meeting in 2 weeks with the Department of Conservation to begin their review of that, so that we can be included in the farmland mapping program of the state. And I don't know how long that's going to take. I will, in 2 weeks, I'll have a better understanding of how long. Once that is completed, and I'm not sure what exercise that they need to go through in order to, identify the prime, the state farmland of statewide importance, and unique farmland. We can also identify farmland of local importance, which typically other counties will use Williamson Act property, or lands that are in production that don't necessarily meet the soils criteria. An example would be vineyards typically don't require high-quality soils. In fact, they tend to thrive on really poor soils. But those are local choices that the county can make to add, these are important, we want to protect these. I don't know what the criteria is that the state used to identify the other three categories that they've identified. It was identified in the law, the statutes. So we will know sometime in the future, probably not too distant, if we have any prime or statewide important soils. So I think that I would agree with Commissioner Wooster that we have a measure that says we'll identify those, but because we don't have the information today, that we have to identify it as significant and unavoidable, and then we can address that when we have that information in the future. And maybe we need to come back with a amendment to the plan, amendment to policy, and say, okay, now that we know that there is to be certain sites, we can come back to it.
Let me bounce one thing off if I could. I did write up something that might work. And it would go like this: obtain official mapping data for Calaveras County from the California Department of Conservation farmland mapping and monitoring program, if and when available, to the extent, if any, that the mapping data shows prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of statewide importance exists that is not designated as resource production or working lands by the general plan land use map, require mitigation for any conversion of such lands to non-agricultural purposes.
Yeah. I think
Good.
that's
Yeah,
good.
that's fine, that's covered
Gets it on
bases.
the books and also awaits further results.
Right. I think at some point we'll have to quantify what kind of mitigations required, but the state is telling us at least what the minimum requirement is. So, in the last packet that we got that reflected the changes we had made in the previous hearing days, there was attachment 6 that Peter included for us, and which I think everybody has, which had examples from other rural counties of ways we could look at mitigation. I just did a quick scan of it, and it seemed like they struggled with the same issue we struggle with, which is what is there besides a monetary solution?
But I didn't see where any of them actually came up with some ideas to improve or solve problems that we now have with our agricultural lands. That seems to be new with us.
Right. So perhaps the commissioners need to respond to you with things that we think would be beneficial to consider adding into our section, and get back to you so that you have a little more direction and ideas for what to do with that resource production conversion when there is a general plan amendment. Because
Well, I would sort of hope I could get that today at this
Yes,
point,
Yeah.
but if there's a need for you guys to spend more time thinking about it, I'm not sure. I think that the only other option that I could think of after reviewing, half a dozen other counties, was what Commissioner Wooster has proposed, that we look at improving farmland as another means as an alternative to mitigation.
But if we're improving farmland, we wouldn't be converting it.
Well, the
What
whole
farmland-
concept
Or
of,
are we considering that you take a parcel and that portions of it can be converted and the balance could be improved?
I'm considering that the money that would be required from a developer for mitigation could be used not just on that parcel, but on any parcel in the county where the need is worst, and that's why I suggested the Resource Conservation District as perhaps a vehicle to deal with, because they know about those things.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I
And
think that's
I don't think I would contribute any more than that.
I'm just not knowledgeable enough about all the ins and outs. I think that there were a couple of things, though, that were discussed, which is the 1-for-1 versus 2-for-1. I have mixed feelings about it. I hate to see us lose those lands. However, a 2-for-1 mitigation for egg production lands that are not prime agricultural land maybe is a pretty high bar. So I think that's how you probably ended up with the 1-for-1 in the first place.
yes, again, because we didn't really have the data to know that, whether or not we have prime or unique soils, that 1-to-1 seemed more reasonable.
With the golden mean.
And
we could have one-
I think that, as Mr.
Yeah.
Garamendi pointed out, that the Appendix B was modeled after what Stanislaus County did. They actually called their thing Appendix B as well. And looking at that, I saw that Stanislaus County also had a 2-to-1 ratio for some and a 1-to-1, but they didn't declare when would apply. So it was sort of so I think that what I'm hearing is that the measure would be that working with the Ag Department, the Resource Conservation District, the Agricultural Coalition or Agricultural Advisory Committee, and other interested parties, that we would develop these with this list of options that would include, paying into a fund that would then be used for enhancement or improvement of farmland.
But isn't that just what we could put in right now, is to say, work with,
Well, that's why I think
form the
that
committee and...
instead of actually trying to develop
Right.
those standards
Exactly.
today, come up
Exactly.
with what's the appropriate ratio and what, that
Yeah.
direction is that, this is the task that we're going to work on. We don't really have all
Develop
the
a
detail.
more
We need to get
extensive
more
list of
people involved.
possible mitigations and
Yeah.
the ratios.
And we can list those things that we know are, viable alternatives right now, which would include conservation easements or a fund, a banking system, but also include a program for agricultural land improvement or enhancement.
And it's very important, I think, that whatever goes into the banking system is going to stay in Calaveras County. That the working with the other agencies and this sort of thing. And what we're concerned about is agricultural land in Calaveras County.
Well, that's one of the problems with conservation easements, because you can't find people who do them here very easily. So the money goes outside the county.
Well,
I mean, I kind of gave you the list of subjects that I think invasive species and too much brush and that kind of thing, that, by way of examples of
So
things.
I think I've got enough to work with. I will try to craft some language, bring that back at the next meeting.
And I think it's good to keep the ratio as a matter of study. Because I don't see where it's magic that it's either 1:1 or 2:1.
Right, it might depend on which mitigation you choose, which proportion is most appropriate. Okay. Right.
I agree.
Public comment.
Well, I agree, and I think one of the most important points is keep it inside this county, keep the mitigation to this county, not to an outside county. That's crucial.
Does the public wish to contribute anything more on this issue before we move on?
Thank you, Michelle. Colleen Platt with My Valley Springs and the Calaveras Planning Coalition. One of our members had just written and submitted some information on this as of yesterday, and it's something she wasn't able to bring up before, so I appreciate it if you let me just kind of summarize her thoughts on this. There was, her reactions to, as on behalf of the Calaveras Planning Coalition, to the EIR and this mitigation measures. So I'll highlight this really quick. Thank you for your willingness to establish mitigation alternatives for the conversion of resource production land to non-resource production uses, and establish mitigation program guidelines for the conversion of agricultural lands. But she found a couple problems with the response in the FEIR, and the first was the proposed 1:1 mitigation ratio, and the second was the way in which agricultural lands shall be defined, which we've mentioned that problem. And she mentions what Peter had just brought up, the official farmland mapping and monitoring program, and categories of farmland of local importance that can be established by you, by the county, by the supervisors. You can decide what farmlands are of local importance to you, and you can put that in your program to mitigate that. As we've known, we don't have the mapping program yet, but you can add categories. And I can send this to you, she sent a list of every county that had determined what farmland of local importance was and how they defined it or not. Every county looked at that. So, for example, El Dorado County said lands that do not qualify for prime statewide or unique designation but are considered existing agricultural lands or potential agricultural lands in the ag element of the county general plan. That's what they consider farmlands of local importance. Colusa County said something about all farmable lands, currently irrigated pasture or non-irrigated crops, lands with a general plan land use designation for agricultural purposes. So there's various ways that you could get your criteria in there. Another suggestion that Muriel had It might be simply easier to use a definition from the county zoning code, which has agricultural land means and includes all of those land areas of Calaveras County now used entirely or in part for agricultural operations, or on which agricultural operations may be established in the future in conformity with applicable zoning regulations. So there's various ways that you could get what you want to do into your particular definition for this. She also talked about the Ag Coalition suggested 2-to-1 mitigation to incentivize growth within those areas identified and approved for growth under the general plan. And the purpose is to discourage growth on agricultural land. And as has been discussed here, the general plan has substantial reserves for build-out over the planning period already, and that can provide development opportunities without the need to convert additional ag lands. Let me see, her other points, there's no evidence that 2-to-1 conversion could place an undue burden on development. That's the whole idea, is you need to limit development in these areas with ag lands. And the history of ranching and mining in Calaveras County, agricultural production in the county rose 15% to $29 million, with cattle and timber leading the way in the 2017 crop report. So this is very important to retain these lands. Rural residential development does not pay for itself, resource production does. So she just wanted to encourage that consideration of 2-to-1 for maybe certain ag lands that are higher on the list of priority, or whatever way you decide to do that. And that list of farmland of local importance, just that you can set your own criteria for what you want to include in that.
Okay, I think we're pretty clear on that. Thank you. Okay, does anybody have anything to add?
I'm sorry, I'm playing catch up here. I'm a little confused. It sounds like you're dealing with the prime ag and with the mitigation measure. What are we doing with rangeland?
So what the direction is right now is that we would have kind of an interim piece for the prime ag based on the mapping when it becomes, until the mapping becomes available, and then we'll base it on that. And that for anything that has a general plan designation of resource production, we will have mitigations if it was to be converted. And we're working on exactly what those the full list of mitigations could be, and what the ratio would be depending on the type of mitigation.
Is that
primarily
just RP or also working lands?
Well, we discussed back and forth on that, and at this point we're talking primarily about RP.
Okay. Can I just then just throw? I need to throw this out here then. I think we're pretty aware of some of the projects that will be coming forward immediately after the general plan is approved. One that's been in the works in the past, has sort of been waiting, is Ponte Ranch, and then so that would be an example of converting from resource production and all that. On the other hand, the places like Sawmill and Sanguinetti are also currently rangeland, but they won't be designated RP, so they won't be required to mitigate then, because they're going to be designated as future future specific plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It'll depend upon what they come up with.
I beg pardon?
It'll depend upon what they come up with for a plan in terms of mitigation for biological reasons and that sort of thing.
I mean, so from the ag land perspective, they won't be.
They won't apply there. That's already been decided.
I beg pardon?
That's a specific plan. It's not resource production. So that's...
Right. So they'll get a competitive advantage based on that designation over somebody who will be converting resource production. Okay, I'm just clarifying.
Well, my understanding is that they will still have to come up with mitigation measures that just won't be covered by this particular...
For ag land?
Right, so I don't think we need to have a discussion
Well, I was
about
wondering,
this right now. I think that is part of the specific plan discussion that we had.
So one of the
last
criteria
night.
might be ag land mitigation for that. You were talking about...
Specific plan, no. There will not be ag land mitigations for for projects that occur within, under what we've most recently discussed, for something that has already been designated as a specific plan, future specific plan area.
Thank you
Is
for your
that right?
clarification.
Or any other land use designation for that matter.
Or any other land use designation other than resource production, or if it has been mapped as prime ag land. And that's where we were at as of the last discussion.
The fund that you guys are in favor of, I do not like funds because people use the funds for something else instead of what it was meant to be used for. And it happens all the time. And even land that is proposed to be into something as a mitigation is then later on down the line approved to do something else. For instance, in Oakdale, they had a development with a lot of houses that were quite large, very small yards, hardly any parking in the front, and they had really nice parks that were open that you could walk to. And then a year or two later, those parks were turned into houses. So I have an exception to planning when planning doesn't follow through on what it planned.
Commissioners, any further comments?
Do you need anything further?
Director.
I think I have sufficient direction. Hopefully I can articulate that in a policy or a measure that makes sense.
Great. And thank you.
Yes. I used to have a little angst over taking working lands out of a requirement for mitigation, even though they're smaller parcels for the most part. I'm not sure I'm ready to completely just kind of throw in the towel on that, so I just want to see what everybody else thinks. Is it worth looking at that at some level? It might not be the same level of mitigation.
Well, we're concerned about agricultural lands. And you add all the working lands together that are serving as agricultural lands, it's a healthy part of the county. And I'm not sure, I think Commissioner Wooster has given more thought to this than anybody else. Why do we not include the working lands in here?
I think working lands is maximum of 40 acres?
Well, there's
no maximum, it's a minimum of 20.
Minimum of 20?
And so a lot of the working lands area, there's sort of that in between, they're not Williamson Act, they're not the larger tracts of land. Some of them are probably used for agricultural purposes, whether it's, grazing, in many cases it's large rural estates, but could be used for more productive purposes.
Well, what I've seen of them is they tend to have a couple horses and maybe a few goats.
And there are many working lands that are on the map that are less than 20 acres also. I mean,
Yeah,
I know because I have one.
Existing, yeah.
I mean, in terms of being economic generators, I doubt that they're really significant. Resource production is where the agricultural economic power is. And actually, in this county, when you're talking rangeland, unless you go someplace for summer feed, you're looking at probably 20 acres for a cow for a year. Mm-hmm. And so when you're down for less than 20 acres, you're really talking feeding hay. I mean, it's almost, I think it's probably more difficulty than it's worth. I don't have strong feelings about it, but that's kind of where I come out.
tend to accept that.
So I would agree if our metric is entirely the productivity of the land, and I would disagree if our metric is also its contribution to our rural character. And so that's where it kind of, because I completely agree with Commissioner Wooster on, those are mostly like little
Family farms,
right, exactly. But I do think they do contribute to the character that we're trying to maintain, and so I'd like to keep that in mind as well as just the productivity of the land.
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's part of the aesthetics and character of Calaveras that is so attractive to people. So we don't want to lose the working lands designation, just throwing it out. I think that it needs to be, some type of mitigation needs to be in place to protect that so that it doesn't become overdeveloped or developers see that as a loophole to snatch up the land and put some houses in there.
But aren't we really, we're talking about to convert working land to rural residential, you're going to have a general plan change. And maybe under our current, maybe it's better to keep the focus on resource production lands when we're talking about the types of mitigation involved and such, that I think the total number, is this everything, all the working lands are the cerise, is that what it's called?
We have sort of the bright green color.
Yeah.
The bright green color.
And as you can see, most of those are pretty much already subdivided down to 20 acre, there may be 20 to 40 acres, because what we tried to do was look broadly at the land use pattern. And the existing pattern, as you can see, is really varied. There's small parcels interspersed with large parcels. Some of them make up large ranches, some of them are just individual property owners. But generally where there are larger active agricultural pursuits or timberland, we put that into the resource production designation. Although there are a lot of smaller parcels within that as well. Similarly, the working lands, it may not have been the best choice of terms. It was something that I inherited, and I said, well, someone has decided this, I'm not going to mess with it. With 20/20 hindsight, maybe I should have. But they're the 20s. Those are primarily 20-acre parcels. We've got a lot of sort of scattered areas up in, particularly in District 2, where the development pattern is such that there are 20-acre and smaller parcels, but it's really an inappropriate location for any more division of land because of the lack of infrastructure and roads and all the other reasons why we're trying to direct the growth to closer to the communities. And so I'm not sure that including working lands, while there probably are properties with the designation of working lands that have the potential or are currently being used for agricultural purposes, on the broader scale of protecting those resources, I think that I would agree with Commissioner Wooster that focus should be on the resource production.
And we're not throwing out working lands. I mean, it is. I mean, they still have the protections that they have.
And in order to address the concern of Commissioner Henderson as far as the rural character, for someone to further subdivide those, we need to come in with a general plan amendment, and we would have to look at then what are the other impacts associated with conservation policies and aesthetic policies and all the other things that we have in the plan. It's not just the agricultural land protection and the resource protection that we'd have to address as we consider amending that land use designation.
Well, and also, I mean, they are protected because you require a general plan amendment, but they are more varied in their uses than to try and encompass them within this framework that we're imposing upon you to frame. I think, as you might have guessed, In the last 10 minutes, I've done a flip. I think we ought to keep this clean with resource production lands now, and leave working lands to the protections that they will have under this general plan.
So that's a perfect segue for me because I actually agree with that it's not a good fit in this location. However, it reinforces my conviction that we need to look at the land use policies one more time and look at another goal that reinforces one of the principles of this general plan, which is discouraging development outside of the community center. So I'll leave it at that so you guys don't have to listen to me anymore right now on that topic.
No, I fully agree.
I'm in total agreement.
And I think a submission that was made yesterday is worthy of
Yeah. So
deep consideration.
We'll be circling back to that. So, Director, are you ready to?
Yes, let me bring up. We are on conservation and open space. So, just brief summary of the changes. This is probably the element that had the most changes as a result of the environmental impact report. It covers a fairly broad range of topics: water quality, biological resources, air quality, scenic resources, recreation, and cultural resources. The EIR identified a number of issues where we could further mitigate potential impacts on particularly biological resources, but also water quality, air quality, those kinds of issues. And so you'll see a number of edits as we get into the policies and particularly the implementation measures. So I'm not going to go through each one just because it's too much. You've had a chance to review and read the measures. But I think that this is worthy of probably the bulk of today's discussion, if not carry on into next week. As I mentioned earlier, we're not quite prepared to discuss the oak woodlands policies until I have a chance to confer with council and our outside consultant on some changes that we think are probably necessary. So if we could skip over that discussion at this point and bring that back next week. Here we are.
Commissioners, any comments or questions?
Well, we do have some proposed general plan inserts from Commissioner Laddish, so we can either take them up as they come along or do them all at once. It doesn't matter to me.
I think we'll have to take them up after we have an opportunity to hear from the public, if everyone's okay with that. Who would like to speak first? Really?
I got no voice.
Except those sitting in front of you, perhaps.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Colleen Platt. The only thing I wanted to say was I believe John Buckley already spoke to some of this already, and I just wanted to say that we support his concerns for adopting a climate action plan by a date certain, to incorporate interim policies, and to adopt feasible mitigation measures that can be identified today and don't require future analysis. So I just want to re-emphasize what he has submitted to you and ask you to address those issues. Thank you.
Nobody else. All right, commissioners.
You want me to run through my laundry list?
Well, I wondered if
Other than
anybody
the
else.
technical report, can we understand that Peter's going to put in the word technical every time it gets to
Yes.
general plan,
Yeah,
technical
we're
background
all
report?
that. Yeah.
So my first suggestion is on policy COS 3.2 on page COS 12. and that is in the second paragraph. I think this is the only time we come across the phrase permitted biologist. And I would suggest, unless there is a state permit involved here somehow, that we say qualified biologist. We've used the word qualified elsewhere, and that apparently, and actually we use qualified biologist in the next paragraph. So I just changed permitted to qualified.
That makes sense.
Probably just do a search on that and get them all if we have them.
I haven't seen permitted elsewhere. Okay, then skipping over the oak woodlands, my next is on page 22, COS 22. Does anybody have anything in there between those?
I do, but let's go through your...
Let me keep going on mine. Okay. There's just two COS-4Ks, so somehow we need to distinguish between those.
As I recall, I think the EIR had identified two separate measures there, and rather than confuse things, I just left numbering the same. I agree we need to renumber them if
Something
retained.
needs to give. COS 24, there's a should there that should be a shall. should. Under bat roosting, the last sentence, replacement roost structures shall be monitored to document bat use.
That makes sense.
All right. Okay, so COS 25 is, we're getting to the greenhouse gas proposals. And this is one place where I think we need to have, there's a 2030 goal, the statewide goal of 40% reduction in 2030 is being used as a landmark time. I think this is one time where we need to have dates certain by which things are getting accomplished. And what I am proposing is that on COS-5B, that the GHG, the greenhouse gas baseline for Calaveras County, be established by the end of calendar year 2020. And then when we get to COS-5C, establish a reduction plan by the end of calendar year 2021, which then only leaves us 9 years to get done what we need to get done. So I think this is one place where we need to have specific dates. And I would point out that the greenhouse gas reduction, I mean, we have a substantial but unavoidable impact under greenhouse gases. We're talking about the emission of greenhouse gases, not just gases we're inheriting from the valley and from the Bay Area and such. We are recognizing that there is this significant but unavoidable impact, and we are bound to mitigate to the extent feasible. And this proposal that I'm making combined 50S 5B and in combination with COS 5C is a mitigation measure that we I think we're bound to do this or something like this in order to meet the mitigation standards. And if I could explain, we'll take both of these together. COS 5C, as presented, referred to this model policies for greenhouse gases and general plans document produced by the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association back in 2009, but it establishes a procedure that is still accepted and suggested, that you look to your target year here, 2030, and figure out what your greenhouse gas inventory is going to be as of that date if you were just going to continue with your current policies. So this gives you a landmark figure of this is what's going to happen if we don't take any additional measures. And so that's what they have called, and I've called, a business as usual scenario. You continue with your business as usual, you get that figure, and then you calculate what you need to do about that. What percentage reduction are you going to have to require by 2030 to get to your goal? The goal that's stated by the state is statewide. It's 40% of 1990 emissions levels. The actual figure for Calaveras County is this. Let's see, I'm trying to see where I have this in here. Is this 6 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This is what the state is using as a standard measurement of greenhouse gas emissions. And so that by 2030, per capita emissions within Calaveras County would not exceed 6 metric tons of, which seems like an awful lot of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that's, and I have citation in this measure that gives the basis for where I came up with that figure. So basically, you have to come up with the measures that are going to take us down to that level by 2030. And this is a county-wide thing, so it need to coordinate with every entity and every interested party in the, certainly every emitter in the county to reach this goal.
I've got a really basic question. I think I know the answer to. The Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District is a separate entity from the County of Calaveras, if I understand it right. It seems to be the agency, along with the California Air Resources Board, that regulates air pollution. Should this be a job the air district should be doing, or does the county have to do it? I'm assuming the county has got some obligation as a county to deal with this. Is that right?
I believe the county has an obligation to have policies that will help to reduce it.
So, can you hear me? As far as climate action plans and climate reduction plans, that would be something that the county does for the county's boundaries, not the air district. So this would be a county-specific thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
Working with the air district.
Sure. Yes.
But that's what I say, other public agencies.
Okay, well, I guess my next question is where I see the specific years here. Where did those come from? Is
That just came out of my head. So we're open. I mean, we're open to. You mean like 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
I was thinking. I mean, you have to establish the the baseline, and that would seem to be the first thing you have to do, and then you have to come up with a plan. And so, if we could do it any faster, it would be great. I was trying to come up with things that I thought were reasonable, and so those are certainly, they're not, those dates, 2020 and 2021, aren't required anywhere, so that's certainly a matter of discussion.
Okay, so I guess the question is to the planning director, what's your position on including specific dates here?
Well, I understand the desire to have a date. And there are timeframes that we're required to meet under state law. My concern is that I don't know how long it would take to do this task, and where the funding's going to come from. But I do recognize that it's something that has to be done. It seems like a possibly attainable threshold, but I can't guarantee that. It's certainly a tight time frame, given the reality of what needs to be done. I've never worked on such a plan, so I don't know the details. We'd have to hire a consultant. Perhaps, I know there are, at least there were programs for funding of this, either through the state or through PG&E. I suspect the PG&E money has dried up, but there were previously programs that would help local jurisdictions prepare these plans. But if we can, we may have to apply for a grant. That could take some time. I don't know whether this is an achievable time frame or not.
I think we have to have a time frame, even if it's something that is stated as a goal of, but I think we're going to have to set a drop dead date, because otherwise we will do what every human being has a tendency to do and push it off until suddenly it's in your face and there is no way to meet the requirement.
I am concerned that if, even with a good faith effort to meet this, if for some reason we don't meet that goal, okay, we're still working on the program and it's, the end of 2021, and we haven't completed it, what happens? Is there some liability to the county by not completing it within a certain time? Does, all development stop? Is there some, I don't know what the consequence of that would be, and I don't know if there's some language that can be incorporated into this policy that makes it clear that, like you say, this is a goal and we'll do everything we can to attain that, but if we're making a good faith effort and don't finish the program for whatever reason, we know how controversial things can get and how delayed even just an adoption process can be. I don't know if greenhouse gas program requires environmental review under CEQA, and do we know how that can be delayed. So there's any number of reasons outside of our control, or even within our control, but we still, it's the politics of the day that delay things that could cause problems.
So could we state it in a way that it's our goal to our intention, whatever?
Can we say, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's a good
Let
language.
me finish.
Yes.
And then you can give your language.
Right.
But also say that we will assess our progress at a couple of steps along the way, and then we may have to modify the date depending on things outside of our control. Timothy, would you like to speak?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. We could say, make a good faith effort to develop by the end of calendar year. But that sounds like we're talking about more than the meeting the time frame. So wasn't that good language anyway?
I'd like to hear from
So,
people.
yeah. Peter identified the potential problem with putting a drop dead date. There's things outside of any of our control that could force the timing to go beyond that timeline. I think it would be okay to put a date as a goal. I think that would be a good thing to do. And I think there is a way to put language in here that says a good faith effort by a date certain. There could be things that happen in the interim, as like a review period, or steps that will be taken by a date certain. If things aren't finished by the date that we're endeavoring to do this. Perhaps we could add a sentence maybe at the end that says that is date specific, so keep it as it is, and then say the county shall make a good faith effort to accomplish this by whatever date. So it's not wrapped into the other things. I think that accomplishes what you were going for.
So you would just put the date provision at the end,
Right.
not have one at the start.
Yes.
And
So
the county shall make a good faith effort to accomplish this by
that'll
such
work.
and such.
And assess progress at regular intervals to determine if the date will need to be changed. Because I also see that happen with us. We pick a date, but then we don't start. And by the time we do start, we couldn't possibly accomplish it. So maybe we also need to look at not some dates to hit some markers of our progress. We need to find a consultant, and I see this with the county all the time. The first step is to hire somebody to do something, and that step doesn't happen, so nothing else can happen beyond that. So I understand the funding issue. We might have to be careful about the way we word that.
I think if we can use Chris's language and add the phrase, with regular,
Assess the progress.
With regular assessment of progress.
You're going to have so many programs to assess progress on.
Believe me, I know.
We definitely need some milestones set in place so that this doesn't get shuffled under, pushed aside, and then, to last minute, we go, oh, we need to go hire a consultant, and then the county made a good faith effort. So we need something with little teeth, but nothing that could really bite. We need definite milestones in the progress, but it's...
Well, I would say hiring a consultant, a month before the deadline is not a good faith effort.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it could be used as an argument saying, well, we did. It is. We did make a good faith.
That consultant, why wasn't he able to get it done? Or she?
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with this. I think the concept of a good faith effort, if things don't get done by the time specified, now the question is, are we in litigation deciding whether the county was in good faith or not? And what happens while that litigation's ongoing? Somebody goes and seeks a stay of all development on the grounds that there wasn't a good faith effort, and now you have to have a trial about whether there was or there was not. I'm not in favor of that. I'm really not in favor of any specific dates, to tell the truth, because of all the problems Peter has outlined. There are just too many variables, and I think if we have a statewide mandate that gives us the drop dead date, we're just going to have to do what we have to do it. And I suppose they come back to that will be, well, you can just amend the general plan to get out of your whatever it is you said you were going to do by when you said you were going to do it. But I don't think we ought to put things in the general plan that we're just looking forward to amending. So I'm not in favor of this. I think it was fine the way it was, and that's where I would leave it. I have some other issues with the specific things that are here, but on the dates, that's where I'm at.
So
But if I'm outvoted 3-1, you got a consensus?
I feel that the state's clear on their drop dead date, and we need to be clear on getting started on it. I just feel uncomfortable with leaving it completely we'll get to it by that date. So on a conceptual level, and then I think we'll come back to Commissioner Wooster and hear about your other comments. Our general plan seems to rely heavily on requirements by the state to meet all of the goals in this area. We know we have to do that, and we really have not identified measures above and beyond or that are specific to our community that we could be considering implementing. And so that's just a heads up. That's one of the things I think that we should be talking about a little bit more when we get to there. But let's.
Well, on the substance, which is the bullet points that are here, I guess, and this question really arises out of ignorance more than anything else, which is how does this plan take account of the carbon dioxide that's coming in from the valley? I mean, how do we do that?
Well, you do, I mean, you raise a good question as far as you do need to, we're not responsible for reducing that, obviously, because that's not under our control. We would have to calculate what the emissions are within Calaveras County. And exactly how that is done, I can't tell you. But it is required. We have to separate out because we're not responsible for what we inherit from elsewhere.
Is there current data from the Air Resources Board out there now that we can access and get some of this information where we could do
There is to some degree, and I think when you're looking at an emissions inventory, we're not looking at measuring what's actually in the air. It's a modeling effort that looks at industry, homes, transportation within the county and says, based on this is the kind of emissions that we are generating here.
Right.
So it's not looking at where actually how much is being transported from outside the region. Not like the air quality analysis of NOx and carbon monoxide and those kinds of things that you can measure. This is an exercise in modeling of based on the kinds of industry we have here, the kind of agricultural uses, the kinds of equipment that are typically used, how much greenhouse gas is going to be generated over some period of time. And then what measures can we do to reduce that? We obviously can't change globally what's the carbon footprint but we can only address what's happening within the county. And so it doesn't really, as far as I understand, include a calculation of transport from other areas because it's just calculated differently. Is that your understanding, Chris?
That's kind of the general understanding. This is like very technical stuff. Air quality experts would do the modeling and account for emissions outside the region that transport into the region. So there's models that do that type of things.
And I would agree with Commissioner Wooster. I would avoid us trying to include in our general plan at this point numbers for attainment goals, and that I don't believe I am in a position to even begin to evaluate whether they're realistic. I think we have to rely on an expert.
The numbers that I took is from the state authorities, and that it gives. I mean, and now that I don't think that number is going to change.
Are you talking about
the 6 metric CO2 equivalents, metric tons? That's if you go to this website, the Air Resources Board, which is responsible for meeting the state's goals, that's the number they give.
Is that number specific to this county?
Yeah, that's my question.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
It
That's
doesn't
where
have a list of counties and say.
Okay, if you're looking at a statewide performance standard of 40% below 1990 emissions. Now, Is somebody going to model what the emissions from Calaveras County were in 1990? How do you get to that figure? And then how do you, if that's where the 6 metric tons or some number comes from, I just not getting how we get there. And I'm not at all comfortable putting this kind of thing in the general plan when, when it's done, the numbers are going to be what they are when the experts come up with them.
Then, if you, I think we would be accomplishing the same thing, same goal, if we just eliminated everything that we could say, calculate the bullet point, calculate what reduction of the business as usual 2030 inventory would be needed to comply with SB 32's statewide performance standard of 40% below 1990 emissions levels by 2030. If you don't want to be specific, you can cross out the rest of that sentence. But that is what the state is saying is the goal, is the per capita of 6 metric tons.
Well, I just don't see where any of these bullet points are necessary. Because the way it was is we're going to develop a reduction plan and so forth consistent with AB 32 and SB 32. Those statutes say what they say, and we're going to have to come up with a plan that's consistent with them. And repeating what may be in there now in those statutes that might change down the road, it doesn't seem to me as necessary.
Well, it isn't, but this isn't in this procedure that I'm suggesting is from this model policies for greenhouse gases. It is giving a structure which I believe is important to get us going and steer us in the right direction for achieving the statewide performance standard of 40% below 1990 emissions. So I would strongly recommend that we keep in the bullet points, and if you want to eliminate the language that I said we could eliminate, which would be the 6 metric tons provision. But I mean, this is basically what you're going to need to do, and this is not giving a lot of specifics. It's not. I mean, some people aren't going to be happy because we're not saying now what our mitigation procedures are going to be. Well, I think that's something that we need to establish through this process of establishing the reduction plan. But this gives some specifics as to a framework as to how we should go about it, and I think that's important to get in there to mitigate our significant impact. That's what we say is unavoidable to the extent that's feasible. I think we need to go further than just say, let's do something.
Well, without the bullet point, the provision did require incorporating measures from the model policies as applicable. Some expert would have to figure out which ones are applicable or not. I can't. So I think before the bullet points are there, we have the requirement to contribute to the reduction consistent with the statutes, and we have the requirement to incorporate the measures from the model policies as applicable. Past that, I'm not comfortable going.
I have mixed feelings about the bullet measures myself. I understand that we're trying to acknowledge the requirements by the state and kind of get them set out here so that we see them in our own document, not just a reference to something else. I'm just not sure. Other that, coordinating with Angels Camp, that's definitely one of the things we need to do. I'm just not sure this is the right approach to this, is to lay it out in these bullet point measures. And I do believe that we need to take a look at what as a county, what are we looking at doing, but without having the background information as what are our sources. Now, I believe that they're going to be buildings and transportation with some ag contribution. There'll be some various things, but I think that buildings and transportation will be the two big items. So what can we actually do to do something about those? Buildings will be, the requirements are ratcheting up at such a rate now that there will be a good amount of change accomplished simply by meeting the state codes, particularly with residential construction, less so with commercial. Transportation is hard in our county with so many miles of road and people so spread out, but I'm sure there's something. But I think that there probably are some elements that we could look at. Like we could incentivize using electricity rather than propane here. I mean, that is, in terms of buildings, that's a really obvious measure. That our electrical grid is very green, pretty clean in California. Propane gas is not going to get any cleaner. I mean, we can ratchet it and clean up it a little bit, but it is always going to be a burning of a fossil fuel. And that could be problematic at higher elevations where the technology might not be quite ready. We might need gas to achieve heating at high elevations right now. That'll probably change in the future. But it seems like there's some other things out there that we could be talking about that the county is willing to get behind. And there's two other things that I have. One is that there are very few requirements for improving existing housing stock. And there's a lot of programs out there, but truthfully, those programs are not that easy to get money for and not that easy to implement. But looking at how could we improve existing housing stock, there are many more existing houses in the whole state, but in Calaveras County, than will be built in the next 20 years. Many more. I mean, it doesn't matter if we made every single house perfect. We couldn't overcome the issues associated with the existing housing stock. So what can we do about that? And I had one other thing in my mind, and now it's sort of floated off. But I just think those are the sorts of things that we need to be looking at. What can we really do? Because we can talk all day, but without actually doing something, we're not going to get anywhere. So.
That's what I can't disagree with anything you've said. I just don't think at this point we're going to come up with the whatever additional greenhouse gas measures are necessary to accomplish the state's goal. But what I'm trying to do is provide a framework here, try to show our good faith effort to mitigate a significant but unavoidable impact as much as possible. And I think this framework is an acceptable framework, and it leaves the actual measures to be determined in the schedule by this plan. Anyhow, I stand by the bullet points with the possible elimination of the phrase that I've mentioned earlier. Everything after, on the second bullet point, everything after below 1990 emissions levels by 2030. If you don't want to get that specific, although it's specifics provided by the state, then you don't need to. I think we have to show our good faith effort to deal with this.
I thought of my other item, which is that the county could become a good example of what can be happening, and maybe when the county does work on its own buildings or acquires a building or does anything, maybe they could be, hold themselves to a higher standard. For me, I would like to see us look at these bullet points and maybe not reproduce the state's language and put our emphasis on actually getting started on getting the background information together so that we can see where the problem lies, and getting a consultant on board to start a plan. And I don't know if we can mention potential mitigations could be without committing ourselves to doing each of these things at this point, but that all of those things could be evaluated by our consultant as to how effective they might be. So,
But I think that's what the bullet points contemplate.
Yeah, but, I mean, by placing, listen to everything, with us being, me personally being ignorant to the greenhouse gas emissions and the calculations and all that stuff, I think if we put too stringent of regulations, we could actually end up harming ourselves in the long run rather than getting a professional's input of what's actually out there, what the background is, what we can do to take steps. I agree with Michelle as maybe putting something in here to where as any future work on any county facilities, institute higher standards of reducing greenhouse gases, any kind of remodels or on existing structures, put higher energy efficient, requiring solar possibly.
Which will be, So I think...
It seems like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're trying to create, put what we think might be in the plan before we actually start the plan.
No, I think we suggest that the plan will at a minimum evaluate the effectiveness of some of those items, and then we can determine which ones will be included and which ones won't. We might determine that some of it wouldn't make a hill of beans difference. And that something else is really more effective. But I think we should acknowledge that there are ideas out there and that are being looked at in other communities and discussed at length in the construction industry. So I think if we just acknowledge that these are potential areas that we could work on without committing ourselves to any one of them until the professional can evaluate the impacts of each of those or the efficacy of each of them.
But we need to have some framework to getting a professional here as soon as possible so we can start implementing this. So as far as the date, we need to get outside funding and your outside things that affect us. But we definitely need to get a consultant here soon, sooner than later.
So I see a lot of wiggling around in the audience. There's a lot of excitement out there. So I think perhaps we might want to open it up to the public to make a few brief comments. Maybe we could make this 3 minutes instead of 5. Is that easy to do, Annette?
Morning. I think kind of missing the boat on this, that this plan promotes tourism and that influx that we're depending on growing the economy locally is going to create more vehicle miles traveled, and that in coordination, or as well as the fact that we are a commuter community, largely in Rancho and Valley Springs. Everyone commutes out of the county to go work. And these are the larger issues that need to be considered and would be important to consider mitigation factors about. And I think if there aren't some, it's not hard and concrete, but there needs to be some guidance here, because things don't get done unless there are things put in place that require things to get done.
So you're supporting dates?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Teckel, myvalleysprings.com and Planning Commission. I think there are opportunities that the county can proceed with developing mitigations on greenhouse gases without being stymied by expense. It's just going to take legwork. I'm a firm believer in cumulative impact. It doesn't have to be a great, huge decision that will cure a lot of ills. It can be informing people when they're in line at the coffee shop, in their car, turn the damn car off until you can pull forward. If you're queued up in a road work situation, turn your engine off. The county should consider more roundabouts where possible on smaller intersections. Cars don't stop. They don't sit there and run their engine. They're moving slowly forward at all times and progressing around the circle and moving on to their intersection. It won't work for everyone, but it'll work for a few. Schools, get programs into schools to raise people's consciousness, to change the way they utilize these motor vehicles they're using. And lawnmowers and yard equipment, things like that. There are other choices, but people don't know them. The county could help them understand these choices that they can make as they replace their equipment. Cumulatively, we could make a big difference. And it doesn't have to be a huge expense, take a lot of time, or involve a huge amount of work. It takes being conscious of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe that we do have some things about education and programs for swapping out your lawnmower in here.
Okay, first, remember, we will be monitoring mitigation, and we also will be doing an annual general plan progress report. So you will be informed on an annual basis how we're doing on these things. And if a deadline is present and is got to, Kelly's right, you have 4 opportunities a year to amend the general plan. You say, hey, you know what, we did a progress report, we missed the deadline, we'll just move it. Michelle was talking about, Commissioner Plotnick was talking about progress points for items. Everybody needs to know, maybe not for this one, but for any part of this general plan where you want to set markers for progress, there's a provision in the general plan guidelines, they're called objectives. And so for any goal, you might have a goal of, setting or achieving a certain level of emission reduction by 2030. You could set and achieve 50% of that by 2025, something like that. You can put those sort of objectives in the plan. We don't see many of them in our plan, but you can put them there. Proposed measures, if you're looking for proposed measures, you all got my email yesterday, I'm assuming, with attachments for the conservation element. We, in our scoping comments and our comments on the 2014 draft plan, included lists of measures, very similar to what Commissioner Plotnick was just listing down, that could be included in the menu. Why is this important? Remember, when you're deferring mitigation, and that's what this is, you're developing a plan to defer mitigation to the completion of that plan, you need to have 3 things. You need to have the commitment from the county. That's the shall part of the policy. You need to have the menu of feasible mitigation measures. So you see that 2 places in this policy. First, in the reference to the California Air Model Policies, and then in the suggestion Commissioner Plotnick had for listing some. And then the third thing is the deadline, which Commissioner Laddish is put in there. So when you're looking at deferred mitigation, that's what you're trying to do. And if you follow everyone's suggestions, you're actually going to get there. Thank you.
I have a mitigation for you that will help clean the air and use up the carbon dioxide. And that is to quit cutting down all the vegetation along the roadsides, because those roadsides have been creating oxygen. It's really sad to see, and I understand that a 100-foot tree will give out, will take in 8,000 pounds of carbon dioxide and give out 6,000 pounds of oxygen a year. And I don't know how many trees it would take to do 6 metric tons, but I have a feeling that Calaveras County is large enough to do it. And I happen to know that my dad observed over in Santa Cruz when he was a federal trapper over there that the pine trees along the roadsides thrived. And why? Because they had carbon dioxide coming into their needles all the time. And I heard on the radio that the feds are using fuel reduction funds for fighting fires. In other words, they're letting the fuel build up, and then they're coming with the funds to reduce fuels to put the fires out, which are practically impossible to put out nowadays. I believe those fires are being enhanced by other parties, but I have no way of proving it, except what I have actually seen personally. Prime timberland has been fallow for many, many years. In the Hogan Dam area, one of the properties that I read some of the history on, it had codicils that protect their timber rights. This is down by Hogan Reservoir. And when I went to the ecosystem project that they had probably 15 years ago, there was a man there that had created a machine that could tell how much carbon dioxide you were using when you drove by. And he also measured it from the timber in our Sierra Nevada. Thank you.
Okay, let's come back to the commissioners. Do we want to take another stab at maybe reworking this section a little bit? I would volunteer to work on it some and try to keep it short and sweet, not get too far out there. Peter's writing that down.
Michelle volunteers, capital letters, underline.
I'd be happy to see any proposal.
I would just point out that in the final impact report, what has to be in one of these plans is discussed. Master Response Number 6, and apparently the guidelines tell you what your plan has to have in it, and including things like performance standards, a mechanism to monitor the plan's progress towards achieving the level that you're need to get to, and that sort of thing looks to me like it's supposed to be in the plan, and our plan is not part of the general plan. It's going to follow the general plan. Mm-hmm. And so I think much of what we've been talking about is going to have to be in the plan when it's developed, and so then the question is, okay, how do we get people motivated to start doing that?
Right. I think we can include a lot of the ideas that have been thrown out as possible elements of that plan and call to get the plan going in keeping with the requirements of that EIR. and try not to get too much in the weeds right here. Is that, everybody's, I'll work on it.
Okay. Now I think we can move right along. My next suggestion was on COS 28.
Oh, I have a blank page at 28. Maybe I'm a new one.
Yes, this was one of the ones that was replaced. COS-8A, and we have the
That's in my other section. It's okay, go on.
Okay, I'm just suggesting that in the language that was added to COS-8A, then instead of just saying the county shall, we say the county's qualified cultural resource specialist shall consult. But I have a question about that. Do we have a qualified, this was a suggestion.
No.
We don't.
We don't.
Okay.
So when we say the county, that would, anyone that is involved in any kind of project, so, planning staff or public works staff or facility staff that's proposing to do something that would have a potential effect.
Okay.
The first thing we would do would be to consult a sensitivity map, and that's something my staff does now.
Okay.
We do
So
need to update it.
I was just responding to a suggestion from the public, and so if we don't have a qualified cultural resource specialist, I will not make that suggestion. The other suggestion was made was after the citation to GIS, the suggestion was to add and CHRIS. I meant to ask you about that. Does that?
I would recall getting that comment sometime in the past several weeks. I don't know what that is. If it is
Okay,
a
well then-
resource that can be used, by all means.
Well, let's not put it in as a requirement then.
I mean, if we want to say, and other appropriate resources to cover whatever else might come up in the future.
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
Sure, let's do that. I don't want to tie your hands to something we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Then on COS-8B, eliminate the word consider at the beginning, so it says establish a memorandum of agreement.
Well, suppose the other people to this memorandum of agreement turn out to be difficult to deal with.
Excuse me?
It takes more than one to establish a memorandum of agreement, and suppose the people that you're dealing with turn out to be
Okay.
not very easy to
Work
deal
to
with.
establish? I mean, consider is a little wishy-washy, so.
Work to is probably fine.
Excuse me?
I think work to,
Work to?
Yes,
I mean,
that's good.
it's likely the information center, that's sort of standard practice, but there might be some issue that comes up.
Okay, and then the last thing I had was on COS 29, the third bullet point on COS-8G just needs to be a verb, utilize, instead of noun utilization.
That's fine.
That was what I had.
Anything else you'd like to add to this element?
Well, I assume we're going to go through them point by point. Now, I have a lot of
Right, so let's go through your point. Let's start on that.
Well, just taking them in order.
Okay.
I think the first one on the list is a proposed revision that was not included in the EIR, but it was the planning department agreed to put it before the commission for consideration, and that's policy COS 3.1. And that's, originally the policy said new development shall use site planning techniques including buffers and setbacks and encourage clustering of development to protect sensitive biological resources. The proposal is to strike the word encouraging. That assumes that clustering will work with all development. And I think when this came up before, the thinking was that's not necessarily true, depending upon the topography and the development. Sometimes it's appropriate and sometimes it's not. This would require it in all cases, and I don't think it's appropriate.
You suggest that we just keep the word encourage?
Yes.
I don't see a problem with that. With your proposal, it shows a favoring of clustering without requirement.
Yes.
Why was encouraged taken out?
I'd have to go back to the public comments, but I think it's,
And I think what we're trying to say here, because, all of these are really sort of samples of ideas that we want to support. And in some cases, we have some very specific buffer requirements, stream setbacks or setbacks, those kinds of things. If you wanted to, we could, new development shall be encouraged to use site planning techniques in some cases, but it's up to you. I'm okay with just leaving it as it was. I think when this was a comment from the EIR, although it wasn't specific to an impact, a lot of the comments were trying to minimize the use of what was perceived as wishy-washy terminology like encourage. And probably when I said, no, that makes sense, that maybe I didn't read it fully in the context of the full. So I do remember that conversation that we had 3 years ago. So we could just leave it as it was originally, or if we want to look at other options within that, we could sort of move that, encourage, to sort of cover all of those different site planning techniques.
Right, so that's what I was questioning, is whether we want it to really say site planning techniques such as, and list several of them. But if buffering and setbacks are pretty much always going to be required, which is kind of how it read previously, then you could say including buffering and setbacks and other measures such as clustering of development that are more site-specific. I'm just not, it changes the meaning of the sentence for me. So I understand, I thought exactly the same thing when I read it, like, well, clustering's not always going to be the answer. Sometimes it's just avoidance, and clustering won't even be the option. But so, just what are we trying to say for sure here?
well, I think you raise a good point, which is, I think we were under the impression earlier that buffers and setbacks are pretty much standard and didn't really cause a heartburn among the people that do these things, but clustering was a different thing. So I'm fine with just putting back encourage, or say new developments use site planning techniques such as, and then take out encourage. You can do it either way.
Or maybe including buffering and setbacks and encouraging other techniques such as clustering of development to protect, which leaves it open to other techniques.
I mean, I think that's good.
You get that one, Peter?
A second.
And I do think we need to have a comma after the word development.
And other techniques such
I mean, at least we should have a comma before we get to the last phrase, to protect sensitive biological resources.
Yeah, I tripped over that because I didn't know which word development you were talking about.
Yeah,
There's two of them.
So
yeah, I'm sorry. I think maybe we should start it with to protect sensitive biological resources, comma, new development shall use. Does that?
Doesn't matter.
Because
Can go at the
otherwise,
end, can go at
as
the
it
end.
is, it looks like we're only talking about sensitive biological resources when we're talking about clustering of development.
Don't feel strongly.
So what I have,
Yeah.
standing where to put to protect
Right.
sensitive biological resources. New development shall use site planning techniques, including buffers, buffers and setbacks, and, buffers, setbacks, and other techniques such as clustering of development, comma, or period, depending on where that last phrase goes.
I think you had encouraged back in there.
I think so.
Yeah, and
Encourage
encourage
other-
other techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just think it makes it clear that if we put the to protect sensitive biological resources, comma, at the very beginning, then it,
Since this is the biological resources
Right.
section, goal, sure. Unless there's,
Okay, I guess we're all good on that.
Yes.
Are we going to take a break this morning?
Yes, I was just going to suggest that maybe, I believe that our legal counsel needs a little bit of time for a phone call around, what time? 1:30. So would it work to take a late lunch and just take a break now, come back, work till 1:30 so that we can take our lunch break while he's taking care of his business?
Whatever works, fine with me.
I could do it.
Okay, so why don't we just take a quick 10-minute break right now and come back and work till 1:30? This way you won't have to fight with other people to have lunch.
good stuff will be gone.
Okay, we're all back? Am I on?
Just for the record, during the break, Tom Hicks handed me a paper that was just passed out. There were 6 copies provided, so one for each member and one for Annette. It has to do with the Sawmill Lake project that was discussed last night. Just more information for the record. We'll make sure it's part of the record. And that was one item that we'll be bringing back as we look more closely at some of the constraints on that site. So.
And will copies be made for the public?
We'll have it available, yes.
So we'll not deal with the sawmill-specific plan now, we'll take it up again later?
Correct, let's continue.
That was just being passed out because it was handed to me to request to
Make sure we have it.
provide it to you.
So Commissioner Wooster, carry on.
Last considered policies.
Kelly, your mic?
Sorry. We last considered policy COS 3.1, and this puts us all the way down to policy COS 3.2.
Now we've got it.
Unlike most of the other policies in this element, this one does not start off with the phrase where there's a project that's subject to discretionary entitlement and subject to CEQA review. And I don't know why that is. So as it sits, it seems to be a blanket policy that applies everywhere, and I'm not sure how that works without somebody having to go to the county to get something changed. So I would suggest, number one, that phrase needs to be put in here, and it was never in here. Then moving on,
What phrase were you suggesting?
And subject to.
well, if you look right down at policy 3.8, it says the county shall require development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to secret review to do whatever you're going to say, like avoid impacts to habitats and so forth. That's the first point. The second point is, as originally drafted, this policy had the phrase avoid impacts to special status and sensitive biological resources to the extent practicable, and when avoidance is impracticable, mitigate and so forth. Now, any concept of practicality is avoided in the first sentence. It just says avoid impacts to habitats that are known to support state or federally listed species, period. Then it goes on to say where impact cannot be avoided, mitigate impacts and so forth. So the two are grammatically inconsistent. I would put back in the first sentence as it was, which makes them consistent.
Well, there's other differences in the language.
Yeah, I mean, you could add in accordance with Resource Agency, CDFW, and or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service protocols, policies. That's fine. Just add that to
I
the...
meant, the way it reads with the change is avoid impacts to habitats that are known to support state or federally listed species. And we have different language in the earlier. As long as you have your practicable, would that satisfy you if you added that to the sentence?
I think you're right, because this does deal with habitats.
Yeah, that's why I think the main change was to focus in on habitat.
Yeah. So I would just say avoid impacts to habitats that are known to support state and federally listed species to the extent
Where
practicable, and then go on where impact cannot be avoided, you mitigate in accordance with the protocols. Okay, then we go on to the rest of the policy. First, it says mitigation is warranted for project sites that support suitable breeding or dispersal sites for listed species, in the absence of focus surveys proving absence. So it's not clear who's going to decide whether this project site supports suitable breeding or dispersal sites for listed species. And that's going to include a lot of sites, because if you look at the draft environmental impact report, tables 4.4-2 and 4.4-3 at pages 4.4-18 and 19, and also the final, which has the same two tables in it at pages 3-16 and 17. The kinds of the areas in which these special status plants and animals can occur are virtually every place, if you take a look at those tables.
I think what this is suggesting is, because that's possible, you can choose to just go ahead and implement the mitigations and not do the studies, or that the applicant may choose to do the studies and possibly not need to do those mitigations. But it's up to the applicant to make the decision if they just want to suck it up right off the bat, or if they want to go ahead and investigate further.
That seems to be how it works. Because if you decide not to mitigate or compensate based on the assumption that the habitat's suitable, so we're having to do something based on an assumption. The county can require project-specific site surveys by a biologist, and I'm not at all clear that there ought to be that assumption, given the wide variety of land areas that are listed in these tables.
How else would you determine?
Well, it seems to me that this particular policy isn't necessary, and it's going to put people to a lot of expense that's not required, should not be required. If you go on down, you have IMCOS-4I, and that requires applicants to hire a qualified biologist to evaluate the project's impact on special status species and determine what mitigation measures are warranted. And IMCOS-4H requires a development to evaluate potential impact to species and avoid or mitigate them in the absence, or as otherwise required by state or federal law. And so when you focus on the habitat without any showing that there's a special status species there, you've just included a lot of expense that should not be necessary, because when you get to the later implementation measures, they focus on, is the species there or not? And if it is, now you have to deal with it.
And how do you
So
determine if the species is there or not,
Well,
if you know
that's-
the habitat exists?
Because that's what IMCOS-4I requires when you get to it, and IMCOS-4H. But they focus on the species, not the habitat. And
I think this is giving an applicant the option to avoid doing extended investigation and just say, we're just going to avoid that area because there's a potential problem there, and we'd rather just design around it rather than go to the time and expense of potentially having a year-long study because of that the different what the species might be doing at different times a year. That was really poorly worded. I'm sorry.
well, it's the way this
I
is
think
written.
we're actually giving them more flexibility by having it in there.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It has, these requirements are based upon assumptions that the habitat is suitable. I don't know who makes the assumption, but I guess it's made in all cases, that if your land falls into one of these tables, which is most land except for brushlands that are so thick that nothing can get in it, so it's going to cover basically all the land, and it's basically saying you got two choices. You got two choices. You either mitigate on the theory that the habitat's suitable, even though there might not be a listed species there, or you pay for surveys to prove it's not. And those surveys, I think, are required later on. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and this is giving them the option to not do those surveys that are required later on, that they can choose to say, I'm not going to bother with the surveys, I'm just going to design around this potential habitat. Now, I understand what you're saying is maybe that habitat is so widespread that really they're all going to end up doing the survey. That's a reasonable choice. But they have the option here, and if maybe only a portion of their project site is impacted or potentially impacted by that habitat, they would have the option of just moving forward and protecting that area.
But that's not the option. The option is The option as I read this is, if you choose not to mitigate or compensate based on the assumption. So that's one option. You mitigate or compensates based on the assumption that the habitat's suitable. Or, and that's mean you're paying money.
Not necessarily mitigation, could be avoidance, could be buffers, could be setbacks.
It doesn't say that, though. It says for applicants that choose not to mitigate or compensate. It doesn't say avoid.
But mitigation could be avoidance. I don't know, we'll have to see whether we get to the mitigations, but, so I think that's a
Well,
good
it says
point.
down below, mitigation for impacts to the species and/or their habitats. So there we are. You can buy species compensation credits from a conservation bank. If it's off-site mitigation, it has to be a conservation easement. Those are your choices.
So we're back to the same problem
Back
where
to the same problem.
avoidance should possibly, I certainly think avoidance is a good option.
But see, the problem is all this only applies where the impacts cannot be avoided.
Right, I would have to, want to read it because avoidance means there's no impact, so it doesn't require mitigation. But
Right.
where mitigation is required is if you're impacting or potentially impacting the site. In this case, you're saying if a portion of the property is identified as suitable habitat and the proposal would be to develop that portion of the property, then the choice would be to do a more site-specific study to determine, is it really habitat? In which case, then there's, other means to address it. Or to just sort of simply assume we're going to be impacting it and we'll mitigate by what was listed below. But if you're avoiding it, then no mitigation is required because you're avoiding it. So that's sort of the first level of impact analysis. Is there a resource here? Are you impacting it? Well, if you're avoiding it, you're not impacting it, so then no mitigation is required. So it's more of a nuanced response perhaps, but
Right.
Avoidance isn't really mitigation, it is
No,
avoidance.
It's avoiding the need for mitigation.
Exactly.
I got it. Yeah, so.
There is one other thing that's sort of minor, and it may be sort of moot, but on the second line of the second paragraph, where it talks about the absence of focus surveys proving absence, you really can't do that. It's sort of proving a negative. So there was a similar line in an earlier draft that talked about, that had that, and we used the phrase later on that paragraph, that do not produce detections. And I would substitute proving absence with that phrase instead there, if we end up keeping this language.
That's a good.
Well, that's where I'm at on it. I mean, the first line of the second paragraph, for project sites that support suitable breeding or dispersal habitats for listed species, you go to the table, that's just about everything in the county. So then, unless you have a survey that doesn't produce detections, you automatically have to mitigate. Those are your two choices. And I don't think any of this is necessary, given the fact that when you focus on the species rather than the world in the county,
But if you
later on you'll solve the problem.
If you take it out, they have to do the survey. They have no option to voluntarily mitigate for an assumed impact. We're providing them an alternative here,
I
not
don't,
making it any more stringent.
but this is not an alternative to the later implementation measures, it's on top of it. So they're going to have to do the surveys anyway for the species when you get to the later implementation measures.
Right, so in order for this to work the way it's intended, it needs to be coordinated with those implementation measures. If we choose to say we're going to provide this alternative, if we do keep this, then it would need to be coordinated further on so that you didn't say, great, you did those mitigations and now you're going to do the study anyway.
Should we put in a site to the tables or charts that you're talking about, Commissioner Wooster, about for project sites that support suitable breeding or dispersal habits for listed species? Should we have a site right there so that people know what we're talking about?
Well, that would, I guess, kick you over to the tables that I mentioned.
But that's what I'm suggesting, is that just by reading this, why you wouldn't know that there were such tables.
As identified
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
It's a good
I
idea,
don't,
probably.
I suppose it might make it more useful if it's going to stay in. But that's my view on it. I suppose it's up to the other commissioners to decide what to do about this. I mean, it looks like it starts off with the assumption that the critters are there. And then you go from there, and whereas the other ones, you conduct a survey and you find out do you produce detections or don't you?
I'd suggest we leave it in for now with the changes that we've been talking about, and then including the identification of those tables. And then when we get to the other implementation measures that you say provide the gotcha, we consider whether we, as a package, and maybe we should do those right now.
That's probably a good idea, because what happens is we have a number of other policies that are on totally different subjects.
Yes.
Right, exactly, so we can move right past.
Okay, I think that takes us up to IMCOS-4I. Since,
For H and for I
I
are
think
both.
H and.
Oh, 4H,
I,
yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, under 4I, in order so that this is not mandatory, except as provided in policy COS 3.2, the applicant shall do this.
It refers you back,
Yeah.
yes.
Unless mitigated pursuant to policy 3.2.
That's in 4I?
I need to find 4I here.
Page 21. Bottom of the page.
I don't see the reference to...
There isn't one. I'm suggesting we add one.
All right. So you would say what, except as provided?
For development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to environmental review under CEQA, unless mitigated pursuant to policy COS 3.2, the county shall require, etc.
You're on 4I, correct?
4I.
Okay, I was going to start with 4H, because that covers much the same thing.
Well, we probably would need to have similar language in 4H. 4I is a biological impact evaluation, which was specifically to what Commissioner Plotnick was saying, that this provides an option. The policy says you can mitigate by doing this, by just simply assuming that the habitat is there and is occupied, and therefore you mitigate as proposed, or you hire a consultant to do the biological analysis, the impact evaluation that's required under 4I, and then develop mitigation measures according to that analysis.
Okay, I'm on IMCOH-4H. And originally, this had a qualifier at the county's discretion. The county may require development, et cetera, to evaluate potential impacts. This has to happen every time. And I would prefer to have the county's discretion back in there. And then, as originally written, it required the biologist to evaluate potential impacts on special status species and determine what avoidance or mitigation measures are warranted to the extent feasible. Okay, let me just strike what I just said.
Okay. Good. I was still working on it.
Yeah. The change here was the switch from the phrase biological resources in the lead up. It was to the following special status species, and those were listed. And the phrase biological resources was substituted. And biological resources is a defined term. It's in the glossary to the general plan at page GL1. And biological resources is all animal and plant species, including but not limited to mammals, reptiles, fish, insects, trees, shrubs, vascular plants, and the habitats occupied by these species. So, apparently, if the biologist does the evaluation and doesn't evaluate whether there are some ants or some deer ticks or some mosquitoes or some ground squirrels or some invasive plants, the evaluation is subject to challenge because the biologist didn't evaluate the potential impacts to those species. And so I would put back in the phrase, or just take out the phrase biological resources, so it's the county shall require development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to environmental review under CEQA to evaluate potential impacts and to minimize, avoid, and or mitigate, etc.
To the following special
Then you don't have to go see if there's any ants there or mosquitoes.
I'd ask Peter what is currently required?
Well, this list of the bulleted points are essentially all the required, all the state and federal laws about certain biological resources. And I think that, the terminology biological resources, as defined that's what it is. The issue is the important biological resources as defined by this list. And so evaluate, the first phase by taking out impact or two biological resources doesn't really tell you what you're supposed to evaluate. I think that some qualification is necessary, and maybe even in the title, we say impact to important biological resources or critical
Or to
biological
the
resources.
following.
Well, it does.
I'm sure we're not worried about protecting the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Well, but it does, Peter. It says evaluate potential impacts, and then if you delete what I've wanted to,
Well, I think we just
to the following special status species, it describes it.
Right, and we could just say to evaluate potential impacts to that list as opposed to biological resources, which is a much broader category.
Right, that's what I'm suggesting. If you take out the phrase to biological resources, it would then require you to evaluate potential impacts and to minimize, avoid, and/or mitigate significant impacts to the following special status species.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
works.
Okay.
Do we have good agreement on that?
Do we want to put a qualifier in there that, again, if someone has done the assumed impact and mitigated under 3.2, they don't have to do this?
Well,
I'm not sure if that's necessarily, and maybe we'll defer to Chris here, if we're saying we've got 100 acres, we've assumed that 50 of it is habitat, important habitat that is likely occupied, therefore we're going to mitigate by whatever measure is provided. Does that satisfy the requirement to not have to do a separate biological study?
back in COS 3.2, the listed species there, is that coextensive with this list? I mean, listed species under the tables that we would be referring to under COS 3.2. Is that the same as this list?
I believe so.
Because if it is, well then, yes, we should have, unless mitigated pursuant to. Where's the, we have a,
Not just the big floor.
I have a thought. It seems to me we have the possibility that even though a place is not listed in the tables that we're referring to in COS 3.2, you might actually have these species on the property. I mean, it may be that we don't have, that the tables aren't fully accurate. In which case, I guess maybe we're going to have to assume those tables are, or we're into the,
What tables are you referring to?
in COS 3.2, for project sites that support suitable breeding or dispersal habitats for listed species, and I thought we were going to be adding as identified in whatever tables Mr. Rooster was looking at.
It's like you need a map.
Well, if you look at IMCOS-4H, the following special status species, or as otherwise required by state or federal law, which should cover it, then the very first two are the listed species, aren't they? Listed under the federal law and listed under the California law.
But how
Okay.
do you identify where these studies are happening? Because we've theoretically identified the habitat for them, so you only need to do the study if there's been identified habitat for them. If we don't know where that habitat is yet, then you have to do the study, because we have no other way to get there.
Yeah, I mean, if the first two bullets have the listed species, and then all these others are species that might be there, and we better find out whether they are or not.
Right.
Well,
This is identifying species, not habitat, this list.
okay, if you're required to comply with IMCOS-4H, you are going to be evaluating and then mitigating for any of these species, no matter what the habitat is. So unless you have the qualifier that's been suggested that says unless you satisfied COS 3.2, I think it was, policy 3.2, you have to do this, then the two requirements are duplicative.
Well, yeah, cumulative.
Cumulative. So I would think if you're going to keep in policy COS 3.2, you should have,
Yes, yes, you have to.
I mean,
refer
4H should say unless you've complied with 3.2, you have to do this. And that would be for 4H and 4I.
Well, my concern is that the list in COS 4H may be broader, like the last black bullet point, down through all the bubble bullet points, might be broader than what we're mitigating against in 3.2.
I think you may well be right.
And if so, why then your point, going back to the start about 3.2, is
I think you're right, Commissioner Laddish. And so I guess I'm going back to saying, let's get rid of 3.2.
It's circular.
it was meant to be, make things easier. 3.2 was meant to make things easier, but it isn't protecting everything that would be protected under COS 4H.
Which you're going to have to follow anyway, because you're right, if you don't have COS-4H, then you're not doing anything for other special status species, including but not limited to this whole long list.
Right.
Okay, so I come back to let's get rid of policy COS-3.2. Do not put the qualifier in here because there wouldn't be anything to be qualified about.
For this.
Take it out of
Focus on the species, and that's the way to do it.
How did we identify habitat? I mean, what was used as a basis for this is potential habitat?
You'd
Well,
go to
that's
the
something
ta-
that
you'd go to
biologists do regularly.
you'd go to the tables.
No, but how were the tables
How do
established?
where the tables come from, and do they, if the tables address all these species, great, but they may not.
They seem to address a lot of them.
And so then there isn't a problem.
I think they're supposed to be addressing every special status species that's known to occur in the county.
Well, I think I come down to that if indeed COS-4H protects more species than would be protected by COS 3.2, then I don't want people to be able to avoid the requirements of COS 4H.
But isn't it addressing the same
I don't know.
list?
I don't know. Is that something that somebody can verify, Peter, as far as?
What impacts the habitats that are known to support state or federally listed species?
But those are the first two listed in 4H.
Right.
Then you
Other
get into
special
other-
status species, but they're still federal and state candidate species. That's,
Well, what I'm saying is it seems that IMCOS 4H, in terms of the list of species that are covered by it, is far broader, but includes everything that policy COS 3.2 includes.
And they're also broader than what the tables that would be our reference for COS 3.2 would cover.
I don't know that that's true.
I don't know if that, yeah.
But I don't think it matters because you're not focusing on the habitat here, you're focusing on the species, and the biologist is supposed to figure out.
Well, this
What
list
he's looking
is
for.
all protected species, so they would be covered by that earlier phrase, except this candidate species.
So the phrase special status species is broader than listed species.
Okay.
So that will encompass more, I think is what's
Thank you.
captured here.
Okay,
Including
then,
candidate species, state and federally listed species is, listed on the State and Federal Endangered Species Act mainly. There's some other lists that biologists consider special status species, which is captured here in COS 4H. So special status species is usually kind of the common term for
It's the
everything.
big umbrella
Right.
term, okay. In which case, we're okay. It's hard for me to imagine that somebody's going to go, I'm going to mitigate for all of those things and not do the study because they might not have any property left to
Yeah,
work with, but
I think we're getting back to Commissioner Wooster's first point, which, as we go on, I think it's more protective of the environment and more species to keep the requirement of 4H in there and take policy COS 3.2 out. And
actually, that's not what he just said. He just said that the special status species did cover all of these. So the comment in 3.2, I believe, says that, right?
No, it's just
Yeah.
listed species.
Right. 3.2 uses the term listed species.
Oh, listed, okay,
That's
so that's
great.
what, so we either have to correct that,
Right.
or we have
But
to
if-
just get rid of it.
But if our current, if our current identification of breeding or dispersal habitats is limited to listed species and not
Right,
special status species, we should get rid of COS 3.2 because then you could mitigate for listed species and disregard
miss.
whether or not you have these special status species.
right.
So what's the consensus if there is one?
I agree with you. I mean, without the species, there would be no habitat. So you have to have a species there for habitat. So,
Well, I think as soon as we start saying we're going to cover all of these, you're going to do the study, you're never going to mitigate for every possible. So I'm not sure we are, it might be an alternative that doesn't have much appeal.
Well, no, I disagree. I think it's an alternative that somebody might grab and, I'll do the
No.
mitigation for.
No, because you change
Well,
it to
let's
special
not-
status.
Well,
I'm
can we
saying
add
if
that?
you change this to special status, then you're covering so many things that it's probably
Yes.
not
If-
practical.
If you do, but then you also need to somehow determine whether the sites are suitable breeding or dispersal.
Yeah, exactly, so,
Okay.
okay, so we might be back to 3.2 is just, was
Nice.
there an earlier
I think
3.2
it was
that
a
said
nice draft.
something useful?
Well, it was the avoid impacts, special status, and, what was crossed out at the time.
Well, that would be a fine as a policy, and then these are the implementation measures, so I think that's,
Well, actually, you could do that. You could just leave policy COS 3.2 with the first sentence that got stricken out
right.
as a policy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So do we have consensus then that 3.2 will read as it did originally? Avoid impacts to special status and sensitive biological resources to the extent practicable, and where avoidance is impracticable, mitigate impact consistent with state and federal policies?
Yeah, and my only question is sensitive biological resources, does that include listed species? I never know when we're dealing with a term of art. And should we put listed species in there, avoid impacts to listed species, special status species, and sensitive biological resources?
Actually, why don't you mention it? I'm not too happy with sensitive biological resources once I found the definition of it.
What about we use the language of the first paragraph as proposed, inserting to the extent practicable after the end of the first sentence, but revise known to support special status species. That would then encompass all of the listed ones in 4H. And so it eliminates that. It talks more about habitat for the species, and that's really sort of the issue here is mitigating the loss of habitat, not necessarily the individual species.
Okay, so you put in
So here's what I would
the new language for the first sentence.
but substitute special status species rather than state or federally listed. And then
Well, I
add
think
to
you
the
will
extent
have-
practicable.
I think you have state or federally listed species or special status species. And
Well, special status includes state
Includes them all.
and federally listed.
So it's an umbrella.
It's
Okay.
it's the umbrella for
Oh,
all
okay.
of them.
Oh, okay, great. Learned something every day.
I'm losing track too.
Well, I think what Peter's saying is we massage the
Yes.
amended first sentence.
Right.
Yeah.
We're
And then-
keeping
and
the
then we could-
avoid impacts to habitat, 'cause we're talking about habitat.
Yeah.
And then we're defining it a little more particularly to match up with other
But
pieces.
but do we want to say that are known to support state or federal? I mean,
They can't-
we want to avoid habitats to, with state or federally
since
listed
we're-
species,
Well-
to the extent practicable. I mean, it's this known is,
Right, so it will be known one way or the other after they do
After
that
they-
study
yeah,
that's
yeah, that's true.
required,
Right,
which
okay.
was
Okay, I was taking
Commissioner Wooster's point in the beginning,
yeah, I was taking the known as being known.
prior to,
Right.
yeah.
That, why don't we just say avoid impacts to habitats that support
Right,
state or federally listed species to the extent practicable?
Well, no, say avoid impacts to habitats that support special status species to the
Okay.
extent practicable.
Okay,
That covers the waterfront.
yep, okay. Well, and some land too.
And then we would be deleting the second paragraph.
And the third.
and the third, yeah.
The third
And
is
then
sort
strike,
of standalone, and that actually might be more appropriate to put into the mitigation measure, probably 4H, but at the end of 4H. This is sort of, provide some examples of how you could mitigate.
Yeah,
yeah, but they're all, they're all conservation easements or paying money to a conservation easement.
well, those are still a potential
and
mitigation.
it's may,
they just
that doesn't say we
belong in
have
a
to.
different place.
But that is,
So you put the third paragraph as an implementation measure?
I would add it to the end of 4H.
The end of the whole thing, like after the list?
Yeah. And I would again substitute listed species for special status on that first line.
You change it to
Yeah.
special status so they all match. And here they do say minimize, avoid, and/or mitigate in 4H, so they kind of handled all those situations.
Okay, I think we've got it done, don't we?
I think so, but I'm not sure what does 4I add to this?
Well, we're going to get to 4I.
Okay.
Commissioner Wooster, could you read that first paragraph one more time, please?
What do you want me to read?
I want you to read the...
Okay, what I have is avoid impacts to habitats that are known to support special status species to the extent practicable. Where impacts cannot be avoided, mitigate impacts in accordance with Resource Agency, CDFW and/or USFWS protocols/policies for the species, taking out the word listed.
Did you want to strike are known to? With habitats that
Oh,
support?
yes, that's right. So it would be avoid impacts to habitats that support.
Right. Much better.
Sorry about that. I didn't have it stricken.
4I?
Well, this is kind of somewhat the same problem. This is the one that originally had the county's discretion built into it, and that got taken out.
It also references biological resources.
It does, and that's troublesome given the definition of biological resources.
So do we replace that with,
Well, I'm just wondering whether we need 4I given what we've done with 4H.
What does it add? Unless it was intended to be the whole biological resources thing, but in that case, it clips 4H.
it's really addressing who's going to hire them. It says, the county shall require a project applicant to enlist the services. So it's addressing a little bit different issue there.
Well, couldn't we, instead of saying evaluate a proposed project impact on biological resources, can't we just refer to 4H as to conduct the study under 4H? I mean, if all it's doing is saying who's going to do it, we could look to 4H as to what's going to be done.
Well, I don't know how you would evaluate potential impacts to special status species unless you did use a qualified biologist.
Yeah, they feel like they could be blended, the two elements.
What I was thinking, reading the first line of 4H, required development to evaluate. Well, development doesn't evaluate anything.
Exactly.
And so maybe the first line of this 4I can substitute or sort of blend, like you say, the first part of this with the first part of 4H.
Right.
I would just use the first sentence down to the third line, enlist the service of a qualified biologist to evaluate,
And then cut in
and then just plug that in to the first part of
4H.
Right.
That looks good to me.
Okay.
So 4H would now start to read, the county shall require development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to environmental review under CEQA to enlist the services of a qualified biologist to evaluate. Have I got it right?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, now there's something else with 4I though. It goes a little further, and that's the last sentence in 4I that says the county shall adopt the feasible recommendations of a biologist. And I think that needs to be discussed whether the county should be committing in advance to doing that, because there doesn't seem to be any outs. The only out would be to say, or the only flexibility would be to come to determine that the recommendations are not feasible. And feasible is a defined term under the CEQA guidelines. So we probably need to discuss that. I don't think I have a real strong feeling one way or the other.
It basically restates what's required in CEQA anyway. And if we find there are mitigation measures that are feasible, we need to adopt them. Otherwise, we make findings that they're infeasible, and we make findings that we're right in consideration. So we're just restating what's required anyway.
Then I don't think we need to worry about it.
Right.
Okay, so then do we have consensus to simply delete IM COS-4I as not necessary?
Right, once we move those things to the other, yes.
Storage, yeah.
Okay. It's only a little after 12 and we got to go till when?
1:30. Sorry.
Could take a longer lunch.
Why doesn't somebody else do this instead of me?
Are you trying to escape? I'm sure you'd like to lead us on a discussion of J.
Yes, J. Okay. This has to do with requiring surveys of certain plant communities. The sensitive ones are defined elsewhere as big tree forest, Ione chaparral, and riparian woodlands. The latter comprising about 226 acres someplace. But this one also includes, in addition to sensitive plant communities, something called significant communities. And I can't find any definition of significant communities. So that's my first problem with this, is what are we talking about? Maybe the planning director can address that one before we go
No.
further, because maybe I missed the definition.
I am unfamiliar with that term. I'm unfamiliar with that term.
So my suggestion would be delete significant communities because we don't know what they are.
And significant meaning what? In quantity or quality?
What's there?
And that's going to have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. I mean, if there's a
Yeah.
small patch of something that really doesn't provide significant habitat, then
Yeah.
it's probably not significant. If it's
Right.
a large enough area to really support the population, then it will be significant. So I would agree that I don't think that's not a legal term that I'm familiar with, nor a term of art. I mean, it may be something that's used by the biological community, but I've never seen it used that way before.
Okay, well, it shows up in the first bullet point as well. So I would, and really throughout. If we-
And is this a result of a public comment? Can we refer to that?
I think this was an original mitigation measure, I'm looking at the EIR right now, proposed by the biologist, sub-consultant that we had for the EIR.
And, you know, it might be significant. I hesitate to dump it, but I agree unless there's some definition or standard is determining what's significant, it's not going to be helpful.
I think it might have been, and maybe it's something they commonly use, but it might have been an attempt to say, just because you find, one leaf of a sensitive species, it needs to be a significant growth of it, or that there's something more than a hint of it.
Well, then you would say evaluate potential impacts to significant sensitive communities.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know that we need to add that qualifier.
As soon as we say it's sensitive, we say it's
Sensitive would cover it,
significant,
yeah. It would be
right?
Well, except if there is if a qualified biologist would know what is meant by significant community, we need to
There's
know.
Googling happening over there. I think you're going to be able to tell me.
It's,
Why don't we look into that and come back, we swap it out everywhere if it turns out to just be language somebody made up, and if it's important to a biologist, we can keep it. Just need to confirm that that's a normally used term.
It's not a legal term, I know that, so it could be used in practice and have significance there. Well, that's something we have to check on.
Yeah, but
Well-
wouldn't sensitive be significant? Wouldn't sensitive
I
kind
know-
of, if you left sensitive in there and took out significant, it would cover the same basis, correct?
well, except when you get to the second bullet point, where it's any sensitive or significant plant community, so I'd say that
But if it was sensitive, it would be
intention-
significant.
the intention is that these are two different categories.
Right, I think it means
I
something.
will consult with our consultant and get back to you on that one.
Thank
Seems
you.
appropriate.
Okay, in the first bullet point, if we take out the word significant, it would be survey the property for sensitive plant communities, including riparian and Ione chaparral. I think it should be riparian woodlands, because I think that's what's described in the DEIR as one of the sensitive communities. And then down on the third bullet point, the last word of the last sentence, you would have to minimize impacts by project plans to the extent possible. Anything can be said to be possible. I think I would use the word feasible, which is a defined term.
And I think that possible is stronger than, it's obviously stronger. You can say reasonably possible, which reasonable is a test that is legally sustainable. That would be a step above feasible, I think.
I'm not sure what it would be, but if you did that, then you would be saying the county would be requiring these project plans to minimize the impacts to an extent that it's not feasible, it's infeasible, but it's reasonably possible. I'm not prepared to make that fine distinction if there is one. And we know what feasible is. It's a defined term.
Right, I would go with feasible, which
That's fine.
we understand. Or think we understand.
That's all I have on IMCOS-4.
I have one, as long as we're being nitpicky here. Shouldn't it say mitigation for project impacts on the sensitive habitat may include instead of can include? We don't know what they can include. My great-grandma's pet peeve.
Well, let's give her her day.
Okay, have we reached consensus on 4J? Okay, I think so. So now we'll go to 4K. That would be the first 4K of two, entitled Invasive Species Control.
Yeah, wow, this needs some grammatical work.
It needs some more than grammatical work. The idea seems to be that that new developments, or redevelopments can spread invasive species. So it would be appropriate to control them or eradicate them at the site, because that's what we're talking about. And the first bullet point says, require new developments to submit landscape plans that are comprised of mostly native California plant species and avoid landscaping with invasive plant species. And I'm not sure what to do about this because I don't deal with landscaping. But I suspect that much landscaping is not limited to, or is comprised mostly of, native California plant species. And the invasive plant species is not defined. I guess it could be anything that's not native, as opposed to what we normally think of, which is the noxious invasive plants like thistles and
It could also be
bad things
something
like
like
that.
bamboo with a root structure that spreads to adjacent properties, and I think that might be what their meaning is here, as opposed to, star thistle. Yeah, anything that just ends up growing at your neighbor's house. Yeah.
So I just raised that question because I really don't know how landscapers do things.
I think we have a landscape expert here. So we actually might ask for some help here. I think there are two thoughts there. One is that we might want to encourage the use of native landscaping, and a second one is that we want to flat out not allow invasive or noxious species, but who's planting noxious species? So, Colleen, can you, this seems to me like two thoughts. One, which is to encourage the native species, and a second, which is just disallow the invasive species, rather than
Correct.
trying to combine these into a single thought.
That's a good point to make clear that they're separate things. The state wants you to use as much native landscaping as possible, so that obviously we want to encourage
For
that where
drought
possible.
resistance and
Yeah.
resiliency.
Yeah, right. And then the invasive plant species is, that's a term that people landscaping and horticulture know what they're talking about. There's lots of species that once you plant it in your landscape, all of a sudden it's seeding, it's all over your county now, and it's taken over your county. It's pampas grass, it's Scotch broom, euphorbia. There's a lot of things that have invaded. They're invasive. You wouldn't want to. You can plant them in your landscape, and people do. You can buy them at Walmart and put them in your landscape, but it's not a good idea. Yeah.
And I don't believe that our intent is to disallow all non-native species,
No,
because
no.
people want decorative plantings.
Right, and there's a lot of non-natives that are very drought tolerant, and that's great. Then they could be used. Yeah.
So you're okay with this, Ms. Platt?
I understood it, but if you want to clarify it more and separate out that,
I think we want to divide it into three things. We have encourage native and totally disallow the invasive, but allow for appropriate non-native species to be incorporated. And we're not telling the landscape designer exactly how to do it.
Is that covered by use of the phrase, or the word mostly?
Yeah,
On
that's-
mostly native California plant species?
That's what I interpreted fine.
So I'm hearing that,
I think
that this
that's-
is okay.
Yeah,
That means more than 50%.
yeah, exactly. I'm not sure we want to say the number.
that, we could encourage the use of California native plants
And drought tolerant.
but require landscaping to be native and/or drought tolerant, which is something that's in state law anyways. We have to come up with a water conserving landscape program, which we haven't done yet.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the mostly says more than 50%. It might depend on the project whether that's the right thing.
And I suppose you can have some native California plant species from Humboldt County that require a lot of water.
Well, actually,
What you said about native and/or drought tolerant, that mostly would cover if you put and/or drought tolerant.
Uh-huh.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully other people understand what's happening here. Maybe Peter can tell us what
Just gonna
we're
read it back to us.
coming up with. It's kind of odd, this could actually, you could submit a landscape plan that complies completely with poison oak.
Yes.
No, that's an invasive species.
Well, I sort of like the concept of sort of separating this into separate, either separate measures or at least separate issues. And maybe it's something we need to work on a little bit aside and bring it back. And the issues were, one, to encourage the use of native and drought-tolerant planting. Second, and the first phrase of this, support efforts to eradicate, that's basically just what we've said in the policy, which was support efforts to eradicate invasive species, encourage practices that reduce their spread. That's the policy, 3.7. And just reiterating that in the measure doesn't make a lot of sense. So if it's okay, I would like to sort of maybe rework this one into maybe two. So I had natives and support natives and drought tolerant and prohibit invasive. But you said there were 3 items. What was the third?
Well, it was the allowing non-native
Okay,
as long
okay.
as they were appropriate.
So it's really
to
sort of
the-
2 issues
yeah,
then.
so it's really 2.
Keep giving myself some assignments.
Yeah.
I think
We
we're all
may-
rereading them much more carefully now.
Yeah. But, I mean, we might want to say a drought-tolerant California plant species so that we don't get,
I think it's native
You could say
or
locally
drought,
native?
Yeah.
or
Or
drought tolerant. We don't want to
regionally
limit
native
it
or something
to
like that, so-
California.
Yeah.
no, I didn't mean limited. It's just, I'm trying to limit the California native species to those that are drought-tolerant.
No, I mean, I think.
Species native to the
We're
regions
not,
of the
I don't
project
think
or
a
something.
local species means California. I think local means local, our microclimate here. Or a native plant, you know. No, I know, but a native plant, and you're saying California native, and I think it's really native to this area.
But we have coast redwood trees planted
I
out.
know.
They're all
That have
dying.
become native.
The language here is native California plant species, and should we limit those to those that are drought-tolerant?
No.
Okay.
Typically what you have is like a water budget. And if you want to have, an area that is, some plants that require a lot of water, then you've got to balance that with some more drought tolerant species. So
Okay.
we want to provide some flexibility to the landscape
I
design.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have no green grass.
Well, otherwise you'd have cactus
Yeah, exactly. We have exactly what we don't want.
or poison oak. Okay, you're going to come back
I'll
with,
come back with revisions to
Yeah.
okay.
first 4K.
Then we get to the last bullet point under the first IM COS 4K, which would require to the maximum extent practicable mechanical means, hand tools, vehicles, appropriate animals, such as the short-term use of the domestic goats, shall be utilized to remove and control invasive weeds. And if this is not possible, you can use herbicides.
This is not.
This comes from a comment from the Center for Biological Diversity. First of all, this provision doesn't help mitigate any invasive species impact at all. It just makes it more difficult to control these invasive plants and expensive. No matter what the qualified expert that you hire to do this is suggested be done. And this should be left in the hands of the experts, determined on a property-by-property basis. And that's what the environmental impact report, the draft did, provided.
Well, and sometimes the vehicles are the dispersal method for the invasive species, like.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be using goats, okay, now you have to have a fence to hold them in. You have to provide water for them. You have to have somebody to herd them. And, you know, goats are fine for eating whatever and everything that's on the ground, but they don't really limit themselves to invasive species. And some of the reasons these invasive species are so hard to control is because nothing here wants to eat them, like thistles. So if you were using goats, what you'd wind up with is bare ground before you finally got rid of what invasive species was there, because they'd eat everything else. You know, it's hard enough to control these invasive species with herbicides. And I could testify to that, having tried to do it. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything else with Medusa head or Italian thistle or yellow star. I mean, to the extent the animals don't control it because they eat it, and some of these species they will not eat, you're going to have to use herbicides.
What do you suggest?
I suggest deleting that bullet point. Because otherwise it's going to be determined on a property-by-property basis by the contracted botanist / qualified biologist / restoration ecologist. That's what the previous bullet point says, and that's where it ought to be left.
Best means to remove you. Yeah, it seems like we've kind of covered it in the.
And by diluting the third bullet point, you would be getting rid of the last sentence as well, which is use of herbicides must be undertaken by a licensed herbicide applicator. There's no reason for that. These herbicides all have labels, and the labels are very specific and very restrictive on how they can be used. They don't require, the ones I'm familiar with, that a licensed herbicide applicator apply them. So all you do if you require that is you increase the cost of getting rid of invasive
You're
species.
increasing the cost, but also you're avoiding the people that don't read the labels,
Well,
misusing the herbicides and perhaps.
not following the label is a violation of federal law.
Well, I'm not, I mean, there is a point to this, I mean, that people don't follow those instructions. This does seem to be kind of this is somebody's policy that isn't necessarily, it isn't necessary. I mean, I agree with the thought behind it, but we'd have to do a lot of wordsmithing to get this to be appropriate.
Yes. And it seems to be covered above.
All right, do we have a consensus on getting rid of the last bullet point?
Yeah.
Okay, shall we move on to the second IMCOS 4K?
Yes.
I've got to take a second and figure out what I was doing here.
in the meantime, what does any resource map mean?
Where is that phrase used?
For any discretionary permit that will be required for a property that has been identified on any resource map as supporting waters. That's a pretty, I don't know that you could expect an applicant to find every single map ever produced.
Okay, I see where I was going. If you go to the draft general plan as it was written, there's a COS 3.3. And it's very short. And it says, require new development to identify and mitigate impacts to wildlife habitat and wetlands, riparian habitats, and other aquatic resources consistent with state and federal regulations. And then it comes up with a whole list of implementation measures. And I don't know that I understand why 4K has to be in here, the second 4K, to get to this level of detail. And then in the first sentence of COS 4K number 2, after the waters describe creeks, rivers, streams, tributaries, and/or wetlands, for example, ponds, marshes, vernal pools, then there appears the phrase, or that constitutes an open space or natural lands conversion, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with the other subjects of this at all. It appears to be wide open, and I have no idea why it's there, because the evaluation that's going to take place will be whether the project could result in the fill or hydrologic disruption of waters of the U.S./state. So I don't understand why that's there.
Does anybody? I mean, I don't see.
I thought the same thing when I saw it. I thought it was trying to, that it was going to circle back to something else, but.
If you're on a piece of property that has absolutely no water on it at all, to hire a qualified wetland scientist might be a little extraneous.
And
I'm guessing that if you have a large piece of property and you don't know what's there, you hire a wetland specialist to investigate that. But again, that's going to be part of the overall biological evaluation that is done that covers pretty much each one of these areas of interest that we've been discussing for the last couple hours here. It seems somewhat redundant, I would agree.
Yes, and or that constitutes an open space or natural lands conversion isn't similar to the other list of items. It's more like if you're doing a natural lands or open space conversion, you need to do this.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the first step. If you're converting land,
Right.
then you need to determine if there are wetlands or riparian areas, and then you need to mitigate.
Well, it starts off with, for any discretion permit that were required for a property that has been identified,
Right.
which tells you what it is you're going to be dealing with. And then this phrase just gets stuck in there that broadens it. I suppose you'd say any conversion of resource production land would fall within that. And that's a great deal of the county, even though it maybe dry as this tabletop. So I would just take that phrase out. I don't see why it's doing in here.
I have no problem with
Makes sense.
And I would have thought that other than the first paragraph here, aren't all these requirements already in place by either the Corps or the Regional Quality Control Board or the California Department of Fish and Wildlife? Because the first one talks about in compliance with Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. You have to do this per the applicable regulations. Well, that's already in place. And then the second one is, you'll have to apply to the Corps and the Regional Water Control Board for appropriate permits. This seems to be duplicative of what's already required by other agencies. The only one that doesn't seem to be would be the last paragraph, which would make these conditions of project approvable, enforceable by the county when otherwise they might not be. And that's, I think, all I have to say about IMCOS 4K number 2.
Well, you need something in the first paragraph ends up with just delineating the extent of regulated waters in accordance with the federal and state policies. The extent of regulated water, so we have to do something about, so then comply with the regulations.
You have to anyway.
Well, I know, but I think we need to have a sentence that takes the second step of compliance. Is there a problem with what's provided here as far as not being consistent with the law?
I do not know, which is something else that makes me less than comfortable about it.
Generally, I would say it's probably fine, if not better, to cite to the law and let the law say it for itself, which I think is what you're getting at. So you could say, shall comply with the following laws and regulations, or, applicable laws and regulations,
With the
including...
following
Right.
list of
Yes.
the applicable.
Yeah.
Well, if you start listing them and you miss one, is that required or
Yeah.
not? I think if you just generally refer to whatever laws that are in place, then you're...
Applicable laws
Should apply to
regarding
the
water.
I think
waterways. Or,
could note, kind of the big ones. Section 404 of the Clean Water Act is kind of the wetlands permitting scheme and that type of thing, as applicable would be the caveat. But yeah, you don't need to relist the requirements of the law that they'll have to comply with anyways.
Yeah, I think you could list them and say the following, including but
not limited to.
but not limited to, yeah, and just list these big ones there. These are all definitely things you're going to have to deal with. It does feel like we're reproducing language that doesn't need to be in a general plan.
Right.
But it's good to give people a heads up. There are all this list of things that you would need to deal with.
Briefly, I can answer the question that Commissioner Worcester asked. The question was, why all this detail? But I have to take you back a ways. In 2006, the county hired a consultant to evaluate the 1996 general plan, and they came forward with an over 60-page critique of that plan. And one of the critiques for this section of the plan was that it didn't do a sufficient detailed job at guiding proposed developers through the process they needed to go through to get county approval. The second thing that's important about this is the very last line that Commissioner Worcester pointed out, is that any mitigation measures required by these resource agencies shall become conditions of project approval enforceable by Calaveras County. Let me explain why that's important. In other counties, they don't do that. And what happens is you get your project approval from the local agency and you go build your project. And whether you get your 404 permit or your regional water quality permit or your CDFW permit is not the county's problem. And the result is projects get built without the mitigations. People break state and federal law, and there are problems associated with that, and when we and the rest of the people have to deal with it. What this does is make it clear that you get these requirements done, and then you get your final map and you build your project, and that's critical.
Yeah, I don't think we were talking about getting rid of that one. I think we were just talking about trying to condense all the verbiage above.
I looked at the verbiage above, and I thought that was condensed. I mean, from having read those laws, I thought that was a very good condensation of 404. It was a good condensation of the Regional Water Quality Control Board requirements and the CDFW requirements. I thought those were really well condensed, but that's just me.
The danger is that we were specific as to those who might be leaving something out. And I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't not include those. If you want to say, and other applicable laws somewhere, that's fine. But I thought these were really good. I thought this was really well done.
But we do want to give developers a blueprint.
I think they might know about these.
Well,
I mean, another thing to consider too is a reason to cite to the law rather than reciting the law is that if things change, you want to be able to capture that to be captured in the requirement, not that you have to do something different. So it's usually just easier to identify the laws without being too specific.
Good afternoon. Tom Hicks. I just want to make a comment that I think you're trying to include things in your general plan that I've never seen in another general plan. These are things that are already covered really substantially by the state under CEQA, under the federal guidelines and state guidelines under Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife. You cannot go out, and one of the comments earlier about having an applicant make a decision whether his property may or may not include a species. You can't do that under state law. So, if I go out and say, my property doesn't, I don't think it includes anything, I go develop over here on this half of it, that's not allowed.
That wasn't what we were discussing.
Well, that's how it came out.
The option was for them to mitigate for it whether or not.
Well, CEQA requires you to do all the studies, and having developed here in this county already, and all those things are already required, and one of the conditions of approval is that you go seek your 404 permit and all those things that are already, you've already covered all those things. Those things do not belong in a general plan. I've never seen them in another general plan. I've developed in a lot of different places, and I think you're overburdening your general plan that may be in conflict with state and federal law. So, just a comment.
Just a question on that. So if you have to require all, or if you're required to do all that during the CEQA process, well, why would it be such an issue to show the county that you have already complied with it and you have the permits so that you can get...
You're already doing that. A condition of your approvals already states that you have to go seek your permit before you can get your final map. That's already a condition you already put in place, and Peter can confirm that. That's already a known condition that's put in every application approval by the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. So that's nothing new. But I think when you go and you try to cover all these things that are already covered under CEQA and already covered under state and federal law, like someone just mentioned, you may leave out some things. And so there's going to be some conflicts in your general plan. So I think you should be cautious about putting too many things in there, something that I think your county council ought to take a look at. So just a point. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is the general feeling of the commissioners that we do want to point out that these are things that you will need to comply with, and maybe say the current issue of the regulations or whatever, something, but not provide as much detail in case there are changes, and to make sure that it's not exclusively these things?
I think council had some thoughts on that made sense to me, and I think I would leave in the last paragraph.
I would leave in the last paragraph also, yes.
So maybe we should leave it up to them to come up with the language again.
Good choice.
Okay, are we ready for IMCOS-4L?
Working our way down.
Okay, this one too doesn't start with the
Yes.
language about discretionary permits. Instead uses a phrase, parcels slated for development. And I think I'm more comfortable with using the language that's been used throughout. Which is, for development that's subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to secret review, then it goes on.
I agree, 'cause I don't see how anybody's even going to look at it otherwise.
And slated for development, I mean, what does that mean? Somebody was thinking about it and
So
And then-
you take out slated for development, but leave in the on parcels.
well, I think you would preface it with the language about
Yeah.
getting discretionary permits and so forth. Then the county shall work with applicants to preserve or enhance upland habitat for wildlife species to the maximum extent feasible. I don't think the maximum extent really works with the phrase, with the concept of what's feasible under CEQA. It's either feasible or it's not. So I would strike to the
extent
maximum.
Feasible.
To the extent feasible.
Yeah, possible is a problematic word that seems to have been swapped in a few places.
Let's see, then it goes,
But you need the on parcels so you can pick up with containing suitable habitat.
say again?
You need the word on parcels in order to pick up the language containing suitable habitat.
Yes,
Yes.
you would just strike the phrase slated for development because you covered that with the
Right.
initial language.
Right.
And just so we know, wildlife species would include everything. Rabbits, ground squirrels, all birds and snakes, bugs. I'm not sure what to do about that. But just so we know, it's very broad.
So we have the possible at the bottom, at the last word.
Well, yes.
That should probably be changed.
Then the sentence here that concerns me more than anything else is the creek corridors shall be preserved in undeveloped open spaces or under conservation easements, as creek corridors provide linear wildlife corridors throughout the county. I've been through the Monk report, and it doesn't identify any creek corridors that are providing linear wildlife corridors in the county. I mean, there's no reflection that they evaluated any corridors in this county. And in my experience, they don't. If you look at the topography in this county, and pick your creek, South Fork of the McCallum, San Antonio Creek, and O'Neill Creek, all of those, for most of where they are, they're so rough that animals don't travel along them. They're full of rocks. Now they're getting blackberries along them where hardly anybody can travel along them. Where the species, particularly deer, which move about probably more than anything else, where they travel is they'll travel ridge tops or trails that they've got where it makes sense for them to do so. They don't go up and down the creeks. I mean, maybe someplace like in Arizona or New Mexico where the creeks are the easiest place to go and the hillsides are terrible, they do, but they don't do it in this county.
that's your experience. I don't know that I agree. I think O'Neill Creek in particular, certainly there have been dead deer down in the creek, and I think that means there are live deer in the creek.
Well, sure, where the road crosses.
No,
Right, they come down to
no.
drink from the creeks, certainly.
Well, I would delete that, sentence. And this is quite different than the rest of this, which is working with applicants to design development in a way that's compatible with wildlife movement and so forth. This is a flat prohibition, and I don't think there's a basis for it. My only other change on this is the last word possible. I have to say, use feasible, we know what that is. That's what I have to say about 4L.
Well, I don't know if we have any wildlife experts in the room that could talk about creeks, but my observations are different than yours.
I think what was trying to be said here, I'm not sure about this, although I'm not a wildlife expert, but I have spent a great deal of time in the past working on habitat planning projects, was that where there is a creek corridor that provides this kind of habitat, it should be preserved in an open space area. Because I think it's maybe not for larger mammals and all creatures, but certainly the riparian corridors serve a purpose for habitat that is not available in more open areas. I think it's fairly well accepted that the riparian corridors serve an important habitat function. And so maybe, I'm not sure that the statement, as creek corridors provide linear wildlife corridors through the county, is necessary. It's a sort of a superfluous statement. Why? But I think that, it might be rephrased, where creek corridors are maintained, they should be in an undeveloped open space area or something along that line, to sort of say, you don't want just the creek itself, but an area that provides free flow of animals and birds and whatnot through that corridor.
So where creek corridors exist in undeveloped open spaces or under conservation easements, they shall be maintained, period. What you're trying to get to.
Buffer serve as that?
We don't need an explanation of what they do.
Well, why maintained rather than preserved?
Well, preserved is fine.
Yeah.
Preserved is better than
Maintained
maintained.
Maintained sounds
Right,
like you have to
preserved
go out there.
is a better word. But I think Peter's point is, where they exist, we don't want to disrupt them. And especially if it's in an open space or within a conservation easement, there's really no reason to.
Yeah, I don't think it was intended. I certainly wouldn't say that all creek corridors have to be preserved.
Yeah.
Although we do have other measures elsewhere that say we do want to try to
Right.
protect them to the extent feasible.
Well, I took this to mean that any creek corridor has to be preserved as undeveloped open space, or you got to slap a conservation easement on it.
That's the way it's written, I agree.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's not what I would recommend here, because I don't think that we can state categorically that all creek corridors shall be preserved. I think we want to preserve them, and there's a number of other reasons, not just for wildlife habitat movement.
What would
Well-
you suggest, Peter?
Well, I'm struggling a little bit where creek corridors are determined to be important for wildlife movement. They should be preserved in
Undeveloped open
undeveloped
space.
open space or under a conservation easement.
easement. or just in all undeveloped open space?
How wide is a creek corridor? I mean, who determines
You know,
how wide it is?
That's my question, because we have another section that addresses that, and it
The
has
on the
different...
buffer on the riparian, there's a buffer, would that serve as the same thing here?
Well, that's typically what it, and I think what they're saying is that by identifying as an open space corridor, you know, whether it's, 100 feet, 300 feet, whatever it might be wide, that rather than just say, we're not supposed to mess with this, but the lots go down to the creek, what they're saying is set it aside in an open space so it's very clear this to remain as undisturbed open space as opposed to, well, I'm going to put my lawn down there.
My swing set.
And that then disrupts the movement of wildlife. I know that there's, deer will, love the rose candy and they'll go anywhere. A lot of other, raccoons and skunks and everyone else in my backyard all the time. But there are other species of wildlife that are probably more sensitive to human encroachment. And I think that's what they're trying to get at here is the need to provide a corridor for wildlife to move without human encroachment.
That makes better sense if you could reword that so that it's more... What we're saying is if there's an existing utilized creek corridor, then we don't want to interfere with it. And we want to preserve it with an open space designation or an easement or something versus just we're going to take every place there's a creek and...
The other, right down below it is riparian corridors. And maybe this doesn't belong here at all. We address it in the next item.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, because the next item has its own quite separate issues.
Yeah, which seems to be a little higher level.
Before we move to the next item, just what's the meaning of upland habitat?
I had that same question. Do you...
Upland habitat is a term used by biologists. It's basically areas away from bodies of water.
That's what I
So
figured.
it also sort of leads to the fact that why are we talking about riparian corridors,
Right.
stream corridors in upland habitat measure? I'm not sure why the biologists merge these two together.
Because creeks seem like a natural pathway through the landscape.
It's almost more of, it's not limited to upland in this measure here. So maybe the title is what's wrong, is what's bugging me.
Well, it also is in the first sentence. At the minimum, we need to define upland habitat in the glossary if we're going to use the term here.
Well, if biologists know what it means, then I guess I'm okay with it.
I think, I don't see any problem with having a definition in the glossary.
Okay, so what are we going to do with this sentence about creek corridors? Shall we take it out of here and try to put it in someplace else, or is Peter going
That to
to?
me makes the most sense at this point.
Yeah,
There may be other issues in subsequent measures that we're going to be looking at, but
Right, we could take right there at the start of creek corridors and move it into its own section. And then after we review riparian corridors, we can come back to it because it may become more clear after we review the next section, or not.
Or not? Okay,
Before we move to the next section, could I make a
I
comment?
don't want this to be a negotiation with
This isn't it,
the
no.
Calaveras Planning Coalition.
Right, right.
This is just about, we're making it's just not about this issue, it's about the global issue here. We keep changing each policy to discretionary projects and those subject to CEQA. And as we currently have the zoning ordinance, that's not a problem. But what we've seen in other counties like El Dorado is when they get to changing the zoning ordinance to deal with the general plan, they've run amok and they basically eliminated what would otherwise be discretionary to the Planning Commission and the board and made them by right and ministerial. So one of the ways we can solve that problem and put people to ease out here is if somewhere in this general plan you gave more direction regarding how the zoning ordinance is going to go, so we know that we're not going to have this conversion from discretionary to ministerial projects. That way we'd know that these actually would apply. Thank you.
Well, wait a minute. What we suggested was, and I thought we agreed, was where this begins, it's qualified by the phrase that's used throughout here, that projects that require discretionary entitlement and CEQA entitlement. That's the trigger.
And I think the concern is that that some future Board of Supervisors is going to make fewer and fewer things subject to discretionary approval and thereby avoid.
Well, that's going to be up to them.
Well, that is.
I mean, I'm not going to solve that problem now. If they want to change their ordinances, they're entitled to do it, period.
But unless it's discretionary and subject to CEQA, there is no mechanism for it to even be identified anyway, and that's your concern, but it's also the reality, so for us to not put it in there.
Oh, no, I like the wording. What I was suggesting is where you also discuss the zoning ordinance and the land use, several places you talk about one of the mitigation measures here is we're going to update the zoning ordinance to conform to the general plan. All I'm suggesting is in that implementation area, mention that it's not the desire of the county at this point to convert things that are currently discretionary to things that are ministerial. That way, things would be ceteris paribus. They'd stay the same.
That's exactly the kind of comment I don't think I want to hear anymore. I mean, really, this is out of order. That's a completely different subject.
It is a different subject. I agree. It's responding to our edits, though. Okay, back to this creek corridor issue. We can't solve it, I don't believe, until we look at the riparian section.
And I think that's next.
If we take this out of this, then it focuses this measure on the upland habitat, which is what it's supposed to do. And then we can discuss. So what I would do is just essentially eliminate that sentence and then strike the word similarly. Just the last sentence would be if open spaces are to be preserved. And then the rest with the word feasible rather than possible. And we talked, in the first sentence, we add the qualifying phrase, strike the word maximum, and strike the phrase slated for development. So it reads, for development subject to discretionary review and CEQA, work with applicants to preserve or enhance upland habitat for wildlife species to the extent feasible on parcels containing suitable habitat, etc.
Correct.
Just as a note, Susan's going to need to change the DVD at 1:15. Maybe since we've had a fairly long morning, we end at 1:15, take maybe an hour and 15-minute lunch.
Certainly.
And we so just keep that in mind. We'll need to stop by 1:15.
I
And either
agree with
reconvene
that.
for another 10 minutes or so, or just go to lunch then.
This is probably as good a breaking point. Do you think we can get anything accomplished in 10 minutes on this?
Probably not on the next one.
You know better than I.
So let's take a break beginning now, and let's come back. How much time do you need?
2:30 should be fine. We'll be fine.
So we'll come back at 2:30. It'll be a nice long lunch for everybody.
Thank you for accommodating my schedule.
Thank you. Yeah, they all change. Yeah. Hope everybody enjoyed their nice long lunch. It's going to make for a pretty short afternoon, hopefully. So let's go ahead and pick up where we left off, which I believe is at riparian corridors. I do want to kind of remind everybody to let the commission complete their discussion of something and not come up to the podium. We'll give you another chance if it looks like it's something that people will have something to say. We'll give you another chance at.
Okay, I think we're up to IMCOS-4M.
Everybody's microphones.
That requires the county to adopt an ordinance or resolution conserving riparian corridors. And in the interim, lake, pond, river, and perennial stream corridor habitat shall be conserved with undisturbed buffers specifying widths. The background on this is a little confusing. It was added in response to a comment 14-3 from CSERC. And the comment, page 2-301, and the response in the final EIR, pages 2-314 and 315, make it clear that the subject then was the 226 acres of riparian woodland habitat. And that's one of the 3 sensitive plant communities discussed in the draft EIR, the extent of which hasn't been delineated, but it's estimated to be 226 acres. And that woodland is already covered by other provisions. So somehow, and it's not clear from the documentation, this got changed into riparian corridors. So that's where we are. And while a riparian corridor is not defined from the phrase in the interim, it looks like it's supposed to include lakes, ponds, rivers, and perennial stream corridors.
And it's unclear because later on it just talks about stream corridors, and I'm not sure if riparian is limited to perennial.
Well, and it also includes lakes and ponds that don't seem to be corridors. But passing that, this, in the interim, by its terms, seem to apply whether or not an activity is subject to discretionary entitlement and subject to CEQA at all. So this looks like a flat prohibition in the interim of any development along any lake, pond, stream, or river, whether or not it requires a discretionary entitlement. And it appears to be a taking. So I think it needs to be changed. And the first sentence is obviously is okay. And it's in the interim that I have trouble with. As I said, I think it ought to be limited to rivers and perennial streams. Perennial meaning ones that flow all the time. And I think it ought to read this way. Oh, and I'm not in favor of these arbitrary buffer distances. I understand they can be reduced, but I wouldn't even start with them. I'd say that for development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to CEQA review, buffer areas shall be established along rivers and perennial streams based on the recommendations of a qualified wildlife biologist to avoid any barrier to wildlife movement along the water corridor. And then you could add, the county shall adopt the feasible recommendations of the biologist, but that's probably not needed. That would be my proposal instead of this rather complicated set of formulas that distinguishes between within community areas, of which there are very few, and outside of them, and just leaves it up to the biologist to determine what's the appropriate buffer distance to protect the wildlife movement, depending upon the site.
I didn't write down your language, so I don't know if, are we saying we're referring to the recommendations of a licensed biologist, so that the board could change you could not agree with the biologist.
It could, but only if it finds that the recommendations of the biologist aren't feasible. Because if it's a feasible mitigation measure, it has to be adopted. That's why the last sentence is a bit surplusage, but it makes things clear. And I don't care whether it's included or not. But I think this simplifies things that it avoids going through these complicated formulas when you don't have to.
And you're removing the adoption ordinance or resolution and just going to the,
No, I'm leaving that sentence in.
but for discretionary,
I'm saying in the interim, for development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and so forth, then the rest of my proposal would follow.
in the interim until when?
Well, it would be until you have the ordinance or resolution.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Okay, I wonder about, I don't know what the definition of riparian is. Does it necessarily mean any streams are perennial streams? In which case, I wonder if we ought to protect other streams.
Well, I would interpret this as that we would refine that through the adoption of an ordinance or resolution. Yes, anything that's following a stream or river would be considered riparian. I'm not sure if it also includes a lake shore or around a pond. I'd have to double check that to make sure, but we could certainly include, has to do with the vegetation around a body of water, typically streams or rivers. But I think that would be something.
I do think we need to have a definition of riparian in the glossary,
Yeah.
protecting it better than it is.
So I am sure that riparian is defined in a dictionary. And what we said in the glossary is that only those terms are, that when we use a dictionary, standard usage of a word, unless it's defined differently in the glossary.
I see.
So I would hesitate to start
put everything
coming up with a new definition of things that are routinely used in biological
Yeah,
analysis.
if there is a question between perennial versus non-perennial, well, then maybe we'd have to define it.
Well, this mentions ponds, which seems,
Well, this is supposed to be about corridors.
yeah. So it
It's
seems
a
like this is
broad
trying to
corridor.
include everything
Right.
in one.
I mean, typically a corridor, it might be a stream, there's a pond or a lake, and then it continues on. So that corridor could include a standing
Could
body of
include
water.
a pond that's part of that.
Right.
Just a quick definition, it's riverbank is what, it's the vegetation along the riverbank is what it says. I don't have a problem with the buffers. I think it's a good thing to protect that ecosystem, and I mean, I see where it needs where the biologist can reduce it as needed. I think that it should be added that he can increase it as well. Or a qualified biologist.
So just after it may be reduced, to put in or increased?
Yeah.
Or maybe modified.
Or modified, yeah.
Modified.
So I'm not sure if we're still working off this language or the language that Commissioner Wooster suggested. I think your language basically said that whatever the biologist determines to be appropriate. It could be 50 feet, it could be 500 feet, it could be 5 feet.
But there are no limits.
It's really what the biological needs are of that corridor. It's going to depend a lot on the vegetation, the topography. If you're in a steep embankment, it's goes to upland vegetation really rapidly, there's a very narrow corridor. If it's a broad sort of floodplain, we've got a lot of riparian vegetation, it could be much wider.
So Commissioner Henderson, do you think that provides enough protection?
Yeah, I think I believe that does have enough protection because it's going off what a biologist, one is professional.
In a way, it gets back to the discussion we had earlier about setting a standard. If you know it's going to be 100 feet, you can just design your project that way before having to hire a biologist to determine is 100 okay or 120 feet better, or maybe we can reduce it down to 75. Okay, I'll meet that standard. I can design my project around it, and don't have to worry about that aspect of it. On the other hand, given all of these other requirements, there's going to be a biologist on site of pretty much any project. And so that's going to be part of the analysis that's going to be done almost regardless.
So Commissioner Wooster, would you read again what you had?
Yeah, and based on the comments that have been made, I'm going to broaden a little bit because I had not remembered that sometimes rivers get dammed and it's part of the corridor, the water behind the dam. So let me take a stab at it. For development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to CEQA review, start over. In the interim, for development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to CEQA review, buffer areas shall be established along lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams based on the recommendations of a qualified wildlife biologist to avoid any barrier to wildlife movement along the water corridor. Optional, the county shall adopt the feasible recommendations of the biologist.
My only comment would be perhaps we want to swap it and say along rivers and streams and intervening ponds and lakes, because it's really applying to the corridor, the river and stream, and it's only capturing that pond or lake if it's in line. I mean, people have ponds on their property that are fed by, that are not in the middle of a stream.
The way I was trying to phrase it is, if you had a river or stream that's dammed, and so you have a lake or a pond, and then it continues, this would cover the whole stretch.
Right, I am understanding. I'm just saying you might want to put river and stream first because they are really the determining factor, and then
Okay, yeah, you could put along rivers, streams, lakes, and ponds.
Or any dam portion along the lake or stream.
Well, conceivably, you have a naturally occurring
dam.
That doesn't have a dam, so.
But I think you're intervening there.
Right, I was just intervening because
Intervening lakes.
if somebody has a spring feeding their pond, we're not going to have them stay back miles
Right.
from their pond necessarily. And do we want to say perennial as opposed to a drainage?
Well, you can have riparian vegetation on a seasonal stream.
I
It depends on if you used to have a intermittent stream that runs, for a few days after a storm situation and then dries up. But if you have a stream that runs, until midsummer, until the dry season really hits, there could still be vegetation along there that supports the wildlife corridor. So I would not use that. I think that, again, the biologists are going to determine
Right.
whether or not that intermittent stream or seasonal stream could serve as appropriate.
And until we have this new ordinance or resolution, what numbers are you suggesting
That's the
for
biologist.
buffers? We're just going to have a biologist, okay. Either way, you're going to have a biologist before and after, so what is our resolution or ordinance going to say other than hire a biologist?
That'll be up to people for another day. But what we've said in the interim may give a clue as to what might work,
Right.
particularly if it turns out that it does work.
Right, we might see some consistency in the recommendations.
I think that's where we would refine maybe the difference between, perennial streams and year-round streams. There could be a different kind of buffer around ponds or, versus the stream bed itself. That's where we would get into drafting the ordinance and having more detailed
Right, it just
analysis.
feels like you're going to end up, maybe the ordinance won't be necessary because you're just going to have a biologist every time and they're going to make specific recommendations every time, but maybe there will be an ordinance that...
Well, the only thing that the ordinance might do would be apply it to certain types of ministerial type of projects.
Yes, that's what I was wondering, because, okay, that's good.
Do you have that written down where I'll be able to copy it?
I do, you'll have to, I'll give it to you. There's more written down here than what I just said, but just ignore that.
Maybe
I'll
you
give
can
it to you.
write it down and say.
I don't need it anymore. You have to bear in mind, spot executions on the order of the laws and
So, do we have general consensus on that one? Wow, that was fast.
Okay, IMCOS-4N.
But before we move on, so the whole creek corridor issue, is that handled by the riparian corridor?
Oh. So we talked about that, the sentence from the previous, about creek corridors shall be preserved in undeveloped open spaces or under conservation easements section. Is there any need to include that in this?
If this applies to everything.
I would think that 4M covers the waterfront, so to speak.
I guess the difference is one thing to say you can't build within this area. What that sentence was saying was you have to set it aside in open space or an easement of some sort. So it's very clear that it shouldn't be disturbed. Again, if someone were to, do a subdivision, have houses, okay, the houses are set back, whatever the amount that's required for the buffer is recommended by the biologist. But then the homeowner goes in there and clears all the vegetation from that because they want to have a nice lawn all the way down to the stream. That would tend to impact that wildlife corridor.
I think it might be worth keeping if we could word it so that it says exactly what you just said.
Well, what you could do is put in the middle of where it talks about, so to avoid a barrier to wildlife movement, put in shall be left undisturbed. That being the thought. So it would be two things, conjunctive, left undisturbed and avoid a barrier to movement.
And then the conditions of a map or a project would identify, what would be necessary to leave it undisturbed.
Right. Sometimes that undisturbed thing can become a problem when it fills up with berry bushes.
Double-edged sword.
Well, that'd be up to the biologist. I mean, you may have a stream corridor that is choked with invasive Himalayan blackberries.
Maybe rather than disturbed, shall be maintained in a manner suitable for wildlife movement, which could be doing nothing, or it could be, periodic clearance of invasives. If there's a flooding hazard, you need to go in there and
Or as recommended by the biologist
Yeah.
who maps it.
Yeah, but once the biologist is there once, he's probably not going to come back after they build up on it.
No, I know, but at least you have a requirement. That's kind of always true. Yeah, who's going to wander around and check all these things? Okay, we have, let's get through the next 3 items, which are all sort of similar, interference with wildlife things, and then we'll ask for comments from the public.
Have we taken care of that last?
I can't hear from 2 sides, I'm sorry.
Before you go too far from my hearing, I have a question.
Sure, let's just get through these last 3 elements, and then before we move on to the air quality stuff, we'll let you come back up. Okay.
Okay, I'm assuming they'll come up with the exact language to capture the fact we might have to disturb some blackberries or whatever. Okay, I am COS-4N. My only issue with that is the phrase "when possible," 4th line from the bottom. I think we should go to feasible. I agree.
Are they always going to be, is fencing always going to be something we want? Yeah. If we have specific places for them to cross, then I guess we would want fencing. So, yeah, feasible's fine.
Okay, I guess we can move to IMCOS-40, pardon me, bat roosting. This is a new implementation measure, and if bat species are found after a survey of potential bat roosting sites, then mitigation shall be required. The DEIR table 4.4-3 at pages 4.4, page 20 to 21, lists 3 bat species: western red bats, Townsend's big-eared bat, and greater western mastiff bat as special species. And I guess the question is, are there other more common species of bats in the county that aren't special status species? I think there probably are. And then the next question would be, if there are, why require mitigation as to those, if they're common? And what's the point of determining which bat species are using the site, which is a requirement, if mitigation is going to be required for all bat species, no matter what they are?
Well, there is a problem too, in that bats of many species might be in a building during the summer months, but in the winter they're going to find a cave. So delaying any project by 6 months in order for a study to be made as to what species are there. I don't know why we need to specify which bat species are using the site. And then it's unclear to me, I take it, when we're talking about feasible mitigation, we are talking about mitigation to any destruction or disturbance of the bats, not, we're trying to encourage bats here, not discourage them. That's a little unclear to me here.
It also appears to, it's not distinguished by saying for discretionary projects or CEQA review. And it appears that it may have been taken from someplace else, because it talks about crevices incorporated into bridge design, which seems a very specific example.
I imagine what they were talking about is if you're going to replace a bridge where bats are roosting.
I understand when if you're going to replace a shed where bats are roosting, if you're going to replace a building where bats are roosting, if you're going to clean out your eaves where bats are roosting. Does your barn need cleaning up every couple of years. So when does it apply? And like Commissioner Wooster mentioned, does it apply to all bats? Are we just encouraging, providing alternative bat roosting structures?
That's what I assume, is that we like what bats do. This isn't particularly a species or type of bat specific provision. We just want to encourage bats. Do you have any history to this?
I remember the comment in the EIR that resulted in this provision, but I don't know the specifics other than I said we need to look at bats. Go back to that comment and see what it says. From the draft EIR.
On the item above, the wildlife corridor, it seems, again, we don't have the discretionary permit, so if it's going to be all the time, then I think the county needs to identify those crossings so somebody would know about them and know that they needed to deal with them.
Well, it seems to deal with a situation where the county and other parties are proposing improvements
And other parties, yeah.
in areas identified by CDFW. So this one's a little different than usual,
It is a little different.
and so I'm not sure that the discretionary entitlement language really applies here.
I don't think it does, but I think that means that the county has to identify, maybe on the GIS map somewhere, when somebody comes in with any project and they're not going to get a big review, how do they know they need to deal with this?
Yeah, I think it's sort of implying that a study is going to be done to determine whether there are bats that are roosting in the area.
Well, I'm talking about the wildlife
she
prior
slipped.
to that.
Oh, we're still back up on the other one.
The fast one on you there.
Yeah, while you guys were talking, I was just saying the wildlife.
Well, I think the way this is worded, though, it's okay, because it says an area of the county where a significant wildlife corridor has been identified by somebody, or a federally state-listed migration route being one. So I think it has to already been identified.
Yeah.
The county and other parties proposing improvement in the areas identified by CDFW as significant migration corridors. So somebody else has to do that.
So Fish and Game.
CDFW is
Right.
going to do it, but we need to get that information on some document that is readily available to somebody planning a project, so they would know to take care of it.
I don't know that we need to write that into this, but you're right.
It just needs to be dealt with one way or another.
Can we back to bats, or?
I think it needs something in here. The county's going to have to provide the identification of these. We're going to get that information from Fish and Wildlife and document it in some way so that it's available to the public. Because it's not only when the project is getting further scrutiny, it's all the time.
We could add a sentence at the very beginning, simply says that the county shall provide information regarding significant wildlife corridors.
Perfect. Now you go back to bats.
Well, I'm just wondering, the prior to removal of potential bat roosting sites, I see. I didn't recognize the potential. I was going to say, I mean, you could cross out all the A, pre-project survey shall be conducted by a qualified biologist to determine which bat species are using the site. And just continue that prior to the removal of potential bat roosting sites, should bat species be found present on site? Or evidence of bat species? Evidence is usually pretty easy to find.
Yes. I think they're looking for some assessment in advance of, like,
Yeah.
we arrived with the bulldozers and now we see evidence of bats.
Right. Well, also, I don't understand, such as installing exclusionary devices at the instruction. That's a kindly way of keeping them out?
I think so, and then providing them alternative
Yeah.
roosting.
I would think that you would cross out the slant or, so it's installing exclusionary devices at the instruction of
You just wiped out that
Well,
bad
the thing is,
expert.
well, no, I don't mean to do that, but we can't just have exclusionary devices without giving the bat somewhere to go.
And it says, instruction of replacement roost structures, including
Yeah, but
bat
that's,
houses.
and or, so I mean, you exclude them or construct, that's my concern.
Is our intention that before any project takes place, even a minor project, that somebody go in and assess the site for the presence of bats and then exclude them from anything that's going to be demolished or impacted and provide alternative roosting for them? I think that's what they're trying to say here. And it doesn't seem to be only for a large project, it seems to apply everywhere.
Well, that brings up the, what's the trigger here? Because this looks to be one that's only going to work when you have a discretionary entitlement.
If we add that to the,
Yeah, but I don't know how you could do it otherwise here.
because every rancher's got a barn with bats in it.
The other thing, the beginning of this talks about determining which bat species are using the site. So we should probably, in the second sentence, say, should listed bat species be found present? So it doesn't apply to all of them. It would appear that the intent here was that we're looking at these 3 listed species as opposed to every bat.
Oh,
Now,
I didn't read it that way.
So I think then if we come back to that, and we're only talking about projects that are going to have a CEQA review, then you can have a biologist come and identify if listed bats are there and then do the mitigations.
If listed bats are there.
Right. And we could encourage people to take care of their bats anyway.
So we would be adding the more or less standard language
Yeah.
for projects that are subject to discretionary entitlement and CEQA review prior to the removal, et cetera. And then should listed bat species be present on site?
All right.
I I
Okay.
think we really can't enforce it any other way.
And bats are going to find places to roost. Well, that makes more sense to limit it to the listed bats.
It seems that it becomes a little awkward if we have the standard language first, and then that phrase prior to removal of potential bat roosting sites really seems like it should go down in the second sentence.
Yes.
So it'd say, for discretionary projects subject to CEQA, a pre-project survey shall be conducted by a qualified biologist to determine what bat species are on site. Should listed bat species be found present on site, feasible mitigation shall be required prior to the removal of potential bat roosting sites, such as.
Much nicer.
But then you're requiring this on every project.
No, just, he prefaced it with the
Discretionary.
discretionary.
Well, no, but I mean, just every discretionary project, you're going to
They're
hire
going to
a
be doing a biological survey of everything else.
Everything else.
Look for bats too.
Okay, throw
While
in the
you're
bats.
there, take a look at the bats.
Okay.
And I would suggest special status rather than listed species, just
Okay.
let's be consistent with the terminology we're using.
Right. And what about your crevices incorporated in the bridge design? I mean,
I-
if it's a bridge, that's applicable. If it isn't, it isn't.
So how is it going to read now?
For whatever that standard language is, for discretionary projects, for development subject to discretionary review and CEQA, a pre-project survey shall be conducted by a qualified biologist to determine which bat species are using the site. Should special status bat species be found present on site, feasible mitigation shall be required prior to the removal of potential bat roosting sites, such as installing, etc. As I read that, the phrase qualified biologist to determine which bat species, I was saying to determine if bat species.
Or which, if any, bat species?
I think just to determine if special status bat species are present on site.
Does it sound okay to everyone else?
Yep.
Less words.
Good with that. Okay, are we down to COS-4P?
I know you're going to have a problem with development shall apply.
No, I'm just wondering, a couple of points. I don't understand why the general plan has to have this provision, because if you're going to have a potential to dredge or fill material into or otherwise impact wetlands or waters of the United States, you're going to have to apply for the appropriate permitting from the Corps of Engineers pursuant to Section 404. And then you have to follow their requirements. I mean, why are we saying this?
Yeah, and there's a few steps before this. Right? You're going to map them. You're going to see if you can avoid them. Yeah, but there's just going to be a bunch of steps. Wetlands is a bigger topic, it appears to me, than this, in my limited experience with them in development projects. They're a much bigger issue.
If there's any notice of these requirements needed, we can always say projects or developers shall comply with, but Yes.
Yeah, I think it's
They
again
also-
an identification.
They also
yeah.
shouldn't murder their grandmother.
Probably not. Yeah, it seems like the policies or the implementation measures we should be addressing here are something other than a routine permitting issue. Would be if it is our desire to require mitigations above and beyond what would be required, or if it's our desire to preserve those wetlands.
Do we want to say in discretionary projects, ensure that the federal law has been complied with?
I think we said that in that other section where
That's
we
fine.
listed all the many things.
Okay.
But the question is, do we want to ask for something above and beyond the minimum
Right.
requirements?
Right.
I mean, wetlands are really biologically diverse areas, so they're usually pretty sensitive areas.
I don't know why IMCOS 4K doesn't already cover this.
It covers it in terms of getting a permit, I believe. The one we discussed, yeah. I think what it doesn't cover is if we want to have something above and beyond that.
I wouldn't.
I could guess.
Well, I don't see where this adds anything to the law.
Doesn't add anything
I
to
mean,
the law.
It provides some notice, perhaps, that people don't know they have to do this.
So providing that ahead of time.
I think we've heard that developers do know about this.
Well,
Most do.
most people.
I don't see any harm in just deleting. I agree that it's already covered under the second 4K. So,
And on any discretionary permit, we have the option to tell them, if you're going to preserve
and it
that
applies even
wetland.
to ministerial permits. If someone's,
Yeah,
filling a wetland,
they still have to go get a permit.
they've got to get a permit from
Right.
Corps anyway. So
Right.
I don't see it as necessary to put it. So is it consensus to delete this one?
Yes.
Yep. Now let's see. Would anybody from the public like to comment on any of the things we just talked about?
Yeah, I guess this is more of a question that I understood what you did somewhere and the implications of it. So back to riparian corridors, COS for L or M, depending on what copy you have here. So I think I understood that the planning commissioners removed the language about the 75-foot and the 100-foot setback out of there. Is that correct?
To defer to the recommendations of the biologist.
Right. So then, if that's not in there, in the interim, your only choice for a discretionary permit is to hire a biologist before an ordinance is developed, right? So in the interim, what is the ministerial development to do? They have no guidelines here then because you've removed the 75-foot and the 100-foot. So you have a ministerial development that's going to develop in a stream corridor, and they don't have any guidance here.
So I think that we have, I thought that we had other places with setbacks that have to do more with FEMA requirements and less to do with the biological issues.
That's what
Not
I'm
a
concerned about, the
distinct number,
biological
right.
issues here.
Yeah, and we actually, by doing this, we removed its application to ministerial.
Right, that was my concern, that there's things that happen without any review that involve riparian corridors and wildlife.
Right, and I think that, right, for the interim, once
For the
we
interim.
develop an ordinance, we will
Right.
probably have some recommendation for that.
Right.
But in the interim, do we want to set a number and just say, hey, this is it, and hopefully there won't be that many before we get to this?
That's kind of what I thought the 170 foot was about, to do that in the
Right,
interim.
because we're not on a
Yeah.
ministerial permit, we won't.
You won't have
But
any.
again, you have to have a site plan that actually shows it on there, so people know about it. Right, I mean, the owners know about it, they often don't show everything on their
Mm-hmm.
site plans for ministerial permits.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly.
That's a whole different issue.
Yeah, that's a whole different issue. But I mean, just, if somebody's going to put in a commercial development that's there by right,
Right.
and they don't even know that there's a desire to set back from their,
Right, and there's not going to be a lot of developments where something changes, but for any, I don't know, there's parcels
parcels
that
intersected
are all
by.
along an existing creek that there's somebody
Exactly.
already built on either side. Do we want to provide them some direction?
Some guidance. Yeah, that was kind of my thought, because
That's a good question.
we have lots of creeks and corridors going through Valley Springs, and, yeah,
Yes, you do.
a lot. Yeah.
It would behoove you to stay away from, unless you want to be flooded.
Well, I think that's the issue that I thought I brought up earlier, that, this would, as previously written, would apply to both ministerial and discretionary projects. As modified, it would only be for discretionary projects. So there is the possibility that a by right building permit could fill up to the point that it requires some type of 404 permit or something like that, which is different than maintaining a measured buffer.
But they'd still need to get a permit if they were
to
doing stream bed alteration.
If they're doing stream bed alteration or in a wetland,
Right.
they would still require, the state or federal permit, but leaving a buffer of
Right.
75 feet or 100 feet, is greater than, or could be greater than what's required for a state or federal permit.
Right. So that I think we could address it by choosing something lesser, or saying or required to stay out of floodplain, and kind of deferring to that number. It's that every location is going to be different, and I don't think we want to require every single family home to go out and hire a biologist in the interim. Not everyone that's on a creek.
Right. No, I know what other jurisdictions have done, it would be to establish and I think this would probably come out of an ordinance, would be to establish a distance. And in some cases, it does make sense in urban areas or community areas to be maybe a lesser, because we're trying to concentrate development areas, probably less likely that there would be a significant wildlife corridor through one of the town areas as there would be out in the more rural part of the county. That someone could say, okay, I can meet the 75-foot setback, no problem. Or, this is such a narrow corridor, I would rather hire a biologist and demonstrate that I only need 20 feet so I can use that additional 55 feet. Those are options that have been used elsewhere. If you feel it's appropriate to apply this to ministerial development as well.
Well, I don't see how you can do that. I mean, I think with an ordinance, yes, you could do all kinds of things. But
Right, we would need the ordinance. I don't know that we could establish it within the general plan. Maybe we could, I don't know. That's that same problem, because we don't go back.
Well, we
to
do have a
check.
provision in the code that says that all development will be consistent with the general plan. And so if there is a distinct standard that basically applies to all building permits, then it could be applied.
How will it be identified when someone comes in to drop off their set
We
of
would be
plans for garage?
looking at the site plan and determining, gee, is there a stream that goes through there? Yes, there is. Okay, you need a 75-foot setback, just as we would with any other kind of,
But will somebody look?
that's what we do.
Yeah, right.
Add it to our list of.
Yeah, add it to your list of things, so yes.
I mean, it's not that difficult. We have the maps, and we bring those up every
Yeah.
building permit. We look at all the resources. Is there a floodplain? Are there other, constraints that are applied ministerially? What's the setback for just your standard building setbacks. Those are the kind of things that we do with every building permit regardless.
So we could designate an interim setback until such time as an ordinance.
Which you could add at the end of what we said before on the discretionary permit. We could add the within community areas as identified, those buffer zones that would apply for ministerial permits.
We removed those buffers though. And
Oh, I know,
deferred, right, so it would only apply to ministerial
Yeah,
permits.
because we decided that it'd be, let the biologist give a reading. That would avoid everybody having to hire a biologist.
I think it's a good idea to add something in there because even though the argument can be made, well, it's already developed on either side, we don't want to just continue to reinforce our mistake. You know, it may not work very well as a corridor if on either side there's swing sets across the creek and
So what's a good language as far as before granting a ministerial permit, whatever, I mean, what's our lead-in language?
You could just say for ministerial development.
Okay?
But I hear two people saying they'd like to do that. I don't know that there's consensus yet.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with reaching out and touching every single building permit in this county that might have a stream of any at all going through it. So that people can't even use their property along the stream for anything. I'm not comfortable with that. This is a big step.
If I may.
just one moment,
Okay,
please.
go ahead.
Let these guys in that.
Sure.
I think that there does need to be a buffer, and regardless of what type of permits being on there, there has to be some type of buffer to protect this corridor. So I would be in favor of putting some number for the ministerial permits. I don't know if 75, 100 would be.
It's a lot on some
But
pieces
also,
of
I mean, they
property.
could they, I mean, could we put something in there that if they chose, they could get a.
Right, I think that's what Peter suggested. So if we put a number in, could we then give them the option or hire a biologist just like?
And that's what the language, the second part of this does say, that it could be reduced based on the recommendation of biologists.
So have that apply to the ministerial, but to have the fully reviewed projects, just have to have the biologist because they have other things going on anyway. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to bring in a point that on existing lots, and you're applying something that's new that somebody bought without this condition, you're really creating a taking situation. For example, at Saddle Creek, there's a lot of lots that are 100 feet, maybe 150 feet deep, that are adjacent to the golf course or other riparian areas. The definition in there is so broad, so loose. What's a riparian area? What's a creek? What's a pond? Is that a pond on the golf course? If you're going to apply a 75-foot setback, you've now wiped out their building setback.
Right,
So-
that's what I had just
Yeah.
mentioned.
So I think you have to be very careful in that. I think the discretionary language, Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife have rules. I've developed projects where their setback's 25 feet. It all depends on the habitat that's in the particular creek. You can't make a general rule of 75 to 100 feet that you have a creek or riparian area that doesn't have any habitat in it. So I think you have to look at each case by case. Thank you.
Well, obviously, I agree with Mr. Hicks on this one. I mean, I think it is a takings. So if the county gets sued on it, I didn't want it.
I'm sensing a lot of angst about this policy, and especially with regard to the interim nature. And I know we're not adding deadlines on all of the implementations, but I'm wondering if this might be one of those that we want to get done fairly soon so that we don't have this interim situation dragging on for some time, because I can see how uncomfortable you are all with it.
Thank you. I'm uncomfortable doing nothing because you could have a by rights project that is an apartment complex, and this would be an important piece of it, and we'd need to have something in place. And we also have single-family residences. We could easily exempt a single-family residence. That could be because that definitely could become a problem on a lot of these smaller lots. And it's, if your neighbors were already allowed to do it, it does feel very unfair to say, oh, no, you can build a house that's 10 feet deep up at the front of your property. Or you have to go hire a biologist. So I feel like there must be some interim policy that we could create and then encourage it to have a final ordinance to be developed in a timely manner.
Well, what do you do with Lake Tulloch if somebody wants to build on Lake Tulloch when they all build right over the water?
Yeah.
Now they can't?
I think things like
I'm
Tulloch
really-
are a different situation in that they haven't been interpreted that way. There's not much there in Tulloch because it's artificially raised and lowered. There's
But
not a lot of natural habitat. Having done one of those houses, it's a fun permitting project. You get to talk to everybody everywhere.
But this is going to cover it.
Yeah, but I don't think that, I mean, if it was a mistake in the past, I don't think we should keep continuing that mistake on down into the future. If it was a mistake, it's a mistake. I mean,
I think you're just taking people's property without any compensation. I mean, that's what's happening here.
Obviously, the concern would be on smaller parcels, and maybe there's an exemption that could be carved out for lots of less than a certain size. Obviously, taking is when there's no economic use of a piece of property. If you've got 5 acres, you can set back 75 feet, and it won't affect your ability to build on the property. It may not be the desire of the person. I want to have my house right on the stream or over, on the edge of, the deck going over the stream or something like that. But
Falling water. One of the most famous pieces of architecture in the world wouldn't be allowed. But they could get a biologist and maybe work it out. Who knows? Yeah.
So I don't have, this is a policy decision that you guys need to make.
Yeah, it's not
I'm not going to try to weigh in there too much, but I'm just, trying to present options for you that if you felt that you wanted to make it apply to, you want to avoid the concern that Commissioner Wooster is that, and Mr. Hicks has mentioned that we have existing lots that if you apply a 75 or 100-foot setback to a stream at the end of the property, there is no building site left. And obviously, we can't do that.
Right.
So we could, create an exemption for those existing smaller parcels. You could, I guess, if you felt like it, exempt all residential use, but then there would be a potential impact there that, where lots that could be avoided, easily enough, would still have the ability to impact it. Or we could just simply keep the measure as Commissioner Wooster suggested, without an interim provision, with the intent to come up with a resolution or ordinance that, in a timely manner to address this issue.
Well, we are saying in the work plan thing that we're prompting the Board of Supervisors to set priorities, and one way or another, maybe we can tell them that this is one that they should pay attention to. Do you envision that you would be recommending priorities to the board, or?
I will be recommending priorities to the board.
Okay. I think this should be one of them. I really see the concern that was voiced, but I don't see how we're going to solve this afternoon.
I could be in favor of interim buffers that are smaller in nature and taking Peter's suggestion of exempting smaller parcels. We'll have to pick that size parcel or the distance that's available on the parcel from the center line of the stream or creek. It's a little bit of a messy situation.
Well, I don't think it depends completely on the size of the parcel because it depends on the topography. What you can build on, and you can have a parcel that looks flat on a map and you get out there and it's not. I'm not comfortable with it going to the ministerial building.
I can think of parcels along Murphy's Grade Road where, there's the road, the creek, and then the hillside and the houses, the only little place is just directly across from the stream. So this could create challenges, and it just depends how much you want to balance those challenges for a builder with the desire to protect that resource.
Well, I mean, that's a good example. If you have a lot on Murphy's Creek and your neighbors have built right down the water and it's steep behind you and you're required to be set back so far, you can't do it.
No, and I think we have to find a way to exempt those sort of situations. And if we knew we were going to get a permanent ordinance that would apply to ministerial projects soon, and I don't know what soon means, then it would certainly be no different than we are today. So maybe that's the thing that makes sense, because then you have a chance to really look at all of this. Gives us some time.
I could see coming up with an ordinance or resolution that's going to have, if this situation,
yes, if this, then that.
It's going to be much more complex than a fairly simple, statement of here's how we're going to implement this policy.
Right.
Well, I just don't think we can get into those details at this stage.
Right, so then a timeline. What's a realistic timeline for?
This depends on how many houses you think might get built in the next year, 2 or 3, whatever the time frame is that you think is appropriate. We're issuing, I think around 100 building permits a year for single-family homes. And I think this is the area that we're concerned about. And a handful of non-residential development. And how many of those are on streams, I have no idea what the percentage is, but it's probably relatively small. So probably the overall impact of allowing a dozen or so homes that could be built. I think most property owners want to protect the resource on their property that makes their property valuable, so they're not going to destroy the stream. At the same time, it could be something that they don't realize that what they're proposing could have an impact on wildlife movement.
Yeah, I don't think it's the single-family homes that are the big concern.
I would agree. I think that where you have commercial development or multifamily development, that's much more of a larger impact because of the nature of how much building per
paving
site,
and parking,
paving and
lots
parking,
of
and
other
all that,
things
yeah.
that even eat up more space than a building.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, wildlife, I'm sure, goes right through those lawn areas and around the house along Murphy's Creek and other similar places. So it's probably not really that much of a hindrance. I mean, there's dog issues and just aversion to humans, but for the most part, most wildlife that were common wildlife, doesn't seem to be too much bothered by residents.
That's why the deer are in the
2
subdivisions
years
and the
or
golf
3
courses.
years be a reasonable, I mean, it's not going to happen in 6 months.
Well, we have to look at, what are the other priorities? Obviously, greenhouse gas is one of those.
And
A
probably
comprehensive
more.
zoning map update to bring the zoning into compliance is top on my list. There are any number of other ordinances that we've identified years ago that need to be updated in the zoning code. So I don't see this as being number one.
No.
But maybe certainly within the first 2 to 3 years.
Could we put something possibly that says that within a certain footage of a creek be subject to review before a permit is issued?
But the problem is, what are we reviewing for? We could subject it to review, but then we're sort of coming up with,
You're circling back into dangerous
We have-
territory.
do we require a biologist for-
I'm trying to, I understand the property, I'm all about property rights of individuals. But then again, we want to protect we don't want people building houses around top of streams. Personally, I enjoy going out and walking up and down streams and fishing and all that kind of stuff, looking at the outdoors. I don't want to walk up to somebody's porch when I'm out there enjoying it, and then the wildlife can't get through and all that stuff. So, I'm wanting to find a balance if, it's reasonable. Ordinance, property rights, I understand. I understand somebody wants to buy that property because it's bordering a body of water or a stream, so I have it, but and could you read his,
I'll try. For development that is subject to a discretionary entitlement and subject to secret review, buffer areas shall be established along streams, lakes. I don't know what the order what that was. Streams and rivers, lakes and ponds, based on the recommendation of a qualified wildlife biologist. I don't know that we need wildlife in there. I don't think there's actually such a thing as a wildlife biologist. And any barrier to wildlife movement along the something corridor.
Water corridor.
Water corridor, thank you. Shall adopt the feasible recommendations of the biologist. We talked about putting in something about maintaining the buffer area in a manner to facilitate wildlife movement. I don't know if that was agreed upon. And then we were talking about leaving this second part of this this measure for ministerial development, and that's the question that's before you now.
One thing I think was missing was the intervening lakes and streams.
Okay.
To establish that we're talking about a corridor of
Rivers, streams, and intervening lakes and ponds.
Intervening lakes and ponds.
Rivers,
Almost messed up your intervening.
streams.
I feel like we've stalled and that maybe we should put a big star on this and come back to it after Peter kind of cleans up his language, and we can all look at it again, and maybe we'll have all been thinking on it now, and maybe there will be some good suggestions on a way to address it. Oh my Lord, we're going into greenhouse gases.
Oh, that's right. No, you're going to solve it. You're drafting something. We can just skip right through this.
Yeah, did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
I'm only talking about one little tiny piece.
So we're moving, I think, back to where we left off before we went down to sort of the biological.
Right.
I am.
Right. We're going back to the goals and policy section.
Okay, the first one I have is policy COS 4.2. I don't have any issues with policy COS 3.9 or 3.10.
What's your issue with 4.2?
Well, this gets to kind of a basic issue, and that is the draft report points out that the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District regulates and has the permitting authority over emissions of TACs, both new and existing. And the draft general plan already requires that new development separate and buffer sensitive receptors from harmful air emission sources. But the report says that the potential remains that build-out could result in placement of new sensitive receptors near existing TACs, or placement of a new source of TACs in proximity to existing sensitive receptors. So the report says a significant impact could occur. But on one part of this anyway, this CCAPCD is regulating where new sources of tax occur. And it would seem to me to be up to them to control things so that they're not in a place where they harm sensitive receptors. So that leaves the potential of placing of sensitive receptors near an existing TAC. And it seems to me the draft general plan already takes care of that. So I don't see any information here, maybe it's out there, that suggests that despite the existing regulations in the draft general plan, there's a potential of exposure of sensitive receptors to substantial pollution concentrations and that a significant impact could occur. And I don't see any effort to quantify that potential. And if you look at the policy 4.2, with respect to the placement of new sensitive receptors, does it do anything more than require buffer distances? And as to the placement of new sources of TACs, that's already regulated by the Air Pollution Control District. Then we have the requirement for a health risk assessment in certain circumstances, and I don't find a definition of that. I don't know if it's a technical term with a known ascertainable meaning, and I don't know where it came from. So if we did that, this health risk assessment would be looking to recommend ways to reduce the pollution from the TAC, and the county would require that the recommendations be implemented, so the county would be regulating the TAC sources, which are already subject to regulation by the Air Pollution Control District. So My problem is we have an apparent duplication of effort between the county and the Air Pollution Control District with respect to placement of TACs, and we have duplicate provisions protecting sensitive receptors, the placement of them, which the county, which is already taken care of. That's a difficulty I have with this.
Where are those existing protections?
The draft general plan requires that new development separate and buffer sensitive receptors from harmful air emission sources. That's policy COS, old policy COS 4.2. It's the very first sentence.
Yeah, right.
And that's fine. That was already there.
Oh, okay. So you're objecting to all the additions?
Yeah, I'm objecting to all the stuff that got added. I think this does pose, this is the beginning of the posing of a substantial question, which is, if the to the extent that the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District has the responsibility, and it's a separate legal entity, to deal with these matters, should the county be getting into this with a duplication of effort and spending money when it shouldn't have to spend money because the district is supposed to handle it. And this is going to come up time after time when we go through this.
And I'm not clear that they do have planning discretion about buffers. They do have release discretion, to require filtration, that kind of thing. I don't know that they have any say over placement. You know?
I don't know about Calaveras Pollution Control District in particular, what their requirements are.
I think your microphone's not
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I said I didn't know about this particular air pollution control district. Whether it would cover everything, I agree that you wouldn't need to include anything that's repetitive of what will already occur. But to the extent that development would be allowed that would increase air pollution beyond or within what the air pollution control district might allow, that's the type of things that the general plan would regulate or control. So if we could say that the air pollution control district, sorry, that's a mouthful, would never allow any development to occur that would cause emissions that exceed their threshold of significance or that would cause an impact. I think we could rely on that to say that the air pollution control district regulates that matter. I don't know if they do or not, so I can't really say specifically.
Don't we need to find that out then before we continue?
Spend a lot of time on this issue.
I can certainly see if the Air Pollution Control District manager is available to come. Probably not today, but at the next meeting.
Yeah. I mean, assuming that the commission doesn't want duplication, that's the first step, is find out what Air Pollution Control District does. And if you could provide whoever is going to be coming with this provision, Peter.
And this is really about what's appropriate to have next to one another, proximity to one another, which is does seem to me to be a planning issue versus what is the actual amount of greenhouse gases they're emitting or whatever it is.
Right, I think what
Just
I'd like to
we
do
say the sewer
is,
plant shouldn't be right next door.
although I know that the Air District personnel reviewed these policies initially, it would be good to sort of go over these again with there's new staff with the district. So I'd like to review all of these policies with them and make sure. You're absolutely right that the district doesn't regulate what businesses go next to each other. What they regulate is how much of various pollutants are allowed before they reach a certain threshold.
And whether that has to do, and whether the amount that's allowed varies with regard to who their neighbors are. I mean, it could.
It could, and it could be that those thresholds are low enough so it doesn't really matter. You meet the standard setbacks for development, and there's no impact. I don't know the answer to that question.
Anyhow, if you could ask them to review the provisions and be ready to answer questions, that'd be great.
Okay, I guess my question there is, they reviewed the original policy, COS 4.2, which would be the first sentence here,
That's my recollection, yes.
but they haven't reviewed everything that got added?
I know that I circulated the draft EIR to them to what degree they reviewed it and said, yeah, this makes sense or not.
And all
I
of this
didn't get
was
any comments
added
back.
anyway, so it might have been added after their review, even if they did review it carefully. Just 1 minute. Let's see if we can get through some of these other things. And then we can have the public weigh in one more time.
I think we will be asking the Air Pollution Control Board about
A lot of things.
everything through page 15.
Well, it may be that's just a sort of table air quality discussion until maybe we'll want Doug here for that discussion next week.
Commissioner Wooster?
Well, the next on my list is another one that involves the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District. And should we take those up now, or should we
Defer it all.
defer all of that? Okay.
You know, if there are specific questions that I can broach with the district, then that might be helpful.
I mean, some of these are just continue to do this, that's a great program.
Well, it looks like we've already covered, strike that. Policy COS 4.4, I don't have a problem with. COS 4.9 seems to fall into the same category because I think that what's been done on that has been done by the Air Pollution Control District. Policy COS 4.10, that involves the Air Control District. 4.11 is the same. Now we get to 4.12, and those seem to be regulated by the county and the Air Control, Calaveras County Air Control District. So that should probably be deferred. So I think we're okay. 4.14 I'm fine with. Of course, if anybody else has a problem with these,
No,
obviously
I
speak up.
4.12 seems to have similar issues to 4.2, what we were just looking at, so.
So the last policy, I have 4.13, investigate the potential use of woody biomass generated through forest management. I don't know that this is air pollution district question. Were there any concerns about that one?
I don't think that got added. I think that was in the original, wasn't it?
No.
It's underlined.
Yeah, it's a new thing. I think we have a kind of the inherent conflict here. We want to use all of our leftover biomass materials, so it'd be nice to make energy with them. How cleanly can we do that?
We're on 4.14.
I don't see 4.14.
No, me either.
What have you done?
I'm going off the list that we were given, but let me see if it's in here. Okay, well, it's 4.13 in this revised page, and in the earlier list, it just contained the new ones, and the changed ones, it was 4.14, but it's the same thing. And that one I didn't have a problem with.
Good.
Okay. Does the public have anything to contribute to this discussion at this point? You got it.
Okay, now going along, there is a policy COS 5.3.
You're going to get it.
That's a new one that was set out for the commission to consider, that reads, proposed new development shall include design features that enhance and complement the scenic qualities of the natural resources of the site and the surrounding area in the design of the project.
Different topic.
And before the changes, it was required that new development should consider design features, et cetera.
Okay, can I stop you for 1 minute? Tom, did you want to talk? No, other Tom, that was the confusion. I'm sorry.
Sorry for this confusion. It was more of a question. It's when you closed out the previous item before the one we just covered, I'd been waiting for, I thought you guys were discussing, and I was waiting for an opportunity to get up and discuss on the comment on the previous item, but it kind of got closed in a very casual way that escaped my notice. So can I comment on something that's gone by?
Sure.
Thank you. And I'll be really brief with it, and it's...
Really brief.
It had more to do with just clarity of language is all. Let me find where my comments were. Now I didn't have them in front of me. I've moved on. Quick comment on the concept of known to support. Back to species, listed species, and preserving habitat that's known to support them. I almost hate to even talk about this, but it would be nice to be clearer. And considering that these species are listed and endangered, and preserving habitat that's known to support them, even in their apparent immediate absence, might be a prudent thing to do. Let's comment on that. And a language thing, when you were going over the significant impacts to significant communities, I started reading CEQA documents looking for that language, and it doesn't exist anywhere. That's full of significant impacts to sensitive communities is just all over it. So I just wanted to suggest considering that language when you revisit that.
Great. So we had that on our list of things to do some research on, sensitive and significant.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to give you that suggestion because it's obviously, I think somebody got a little confused with their words, and that's the phrase they appear to have meant to use. So I was just going to mention that. And I also, on the riparian corridors and streams being linear, basically wildlife highways, the definitions of wildlife is broader than most of us tend to think of it in terms of. Wildlife traditionally referred to undomesticated animal species, but has come to include all organisms that grow or live in a wild area without being introduced by humans. It's a much broader definition than most of us tend to think in terms of, and that's all I wanted to say about that. Thanks for tolerating me being late.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Back to where we were.
CRS 5.3.
Yep.
Well, the problem I have with it, it's now a flat requirement. Reasonable people can differ as to whether the design contains features that enhance or complement and complement the scenic qualities of it. And when reasonable people can differ on that, that means you can have a lawsuit to figure it out. So I think it's a litigation generator. And when you make it mandatory like this, that's the way people get to shut projects down over differences of opinion, whether a design feature actually enhances and complements the scenic qualities of the site and the surrounding area.
Maybe what we do is just say
Encourage.
favor proposed new development design features that enhance and complement.
How about encourage the inclusion?
Encourage.
Yeah.
I think encourage
One
is
of the-
better. It's a very, without design guidelines, it's a very subjective area. On the other hand, I'd like to discourage all of us from characterizing things as litigation magnets or whatever that term was.
Readers.
Yeah.
Readers.
Yeah, readers.
Generator.
I'd like to encourage us to stay away from that language.
Well, I don't know what to do when that's what it does. I think I'm bound to mention it.
Subject to potential controversy.
Yes, that's...
Especially if you say with an English accent.
I could reword it, but the thought's got to be out there.
Yes. Complement should be with an E in the middle instead of an I.
Yeah. I'm going to compliment your complimentary design.
I didn't catch that.
But, yeah, encourage proposed new development to include. Doesn't sound quite right.
How about encourage inclusion of design features in new development that enhance and complement the scenic qualities and natural resources of the site, etc.
That's lovely.
I'm just looking at the implementation measures, and I don't see anything that I think is likely to be a problem there, but Commissioner Wooster, just before we leave scenic resources.
Those are 6A and 6B.
Those are unchanged from the prior.
Yeah.
Well, if they didn't get
And there's
If they didn't get changed, I already, at one point years ago, said they were okay.
Okay, good. Does the public have anything they'd like to add to the scenic resources?
I just want to point out that the final EIR identified aesthetic impacts as a significant impact. And so I can understand why they were trying to put mandatory language somewhere in this part of the plan, because that would actually serve as a mitigation measure. So I appreciate the effort there. The second thing is, every standard you put in a general plan creates the possibility of being held accountable for failing to meet the standard. And I don't think that's a reason for not putting standards in. It's not one of the circumstances under CEQA in which you find a mitigation infeasible. If we in fact determined that any mitigation that created a standard was therefore infeasible, we'd be wiping out mitigation almost entirely. So I want to discourage people from seeing standards as a reason for avoiding mitigation. Thank you.
Anybody else before we move on to the next topic? Okay.
I'll just clarify, not to put words in anybody's mouth, but the lack of clarity was kind of the risk for not including that specific standard, not the fact that the county doesn't want to mitigate for an impact.
Exactly. Without standards, and standards are a bigger topic than we can handle here this afternoon.
Okay, my next one is policy COS 6.6. Let me back up. There is an IM COS-6C, Scenic Highway Protection, which is new. Utilize the Ebbets Pass National Scenic Byway 2013 Corridor Management Plan as guidance for review of development projects along the State Scenic Highway and National Scenic Byway. And I just don't know anything about that, how it came about and what it does. And it may be just fine, but, who developed it? Is it binding? Does it need to be in here? Should it be in here?
I'm the person. So that's the topic. I can answer.
We have an expert.
So, yeah, it is not binding. None of the federal guidelines, so the corridor management plan, which is required by the national designation, have no binding aesthetic provisions, but they do provide a lot of guidelines on the kinds of, and examples, drawings and sketches of things that could be appropriate in that area. But they don't say you can't have a contemporary mountain architecture, but they reference a lot of national park standards. And much of the scenic byway, in fact, the vast majority of the scenic byway passes through federal or state lands. Very little of it passes through privately owned property.
Yeah, the Federal Scenic Byway Program was really primarily to address improvements on federal land, in national forests, particularly where there are use permits for recreation facilities, those kind of things. I was involved in the development of one on the Highway 88 corridor. That policy just basically refers to that. We should use that as guidance, and so I agree with Michelle. The policy basically says maintain scenic roads along designated scenic highways in the county. So that refers to both the state scenic highway, which covers a different stretch of highway than the national scenic byway. It starts east of
Arnold at the eastern edge of Arnold. Mm-hmm. And
there's a little bit more private land along that stretch, and there are some specific requirements under state law that the state requires for state designated scenic highways.
Which primarily have to do with billboards.
Billboards, overhead power lines, and to a limited degree some construction.
So the aesthetic piece for development along the Ebbets Pass National Scenic Byway would not be appropriate to apply at a lower elevation. They're not the right aesthetics. But I believe that the exact ending and beginning points for both the Puppy Route and the National Scenic Byway are exactly the same. There are two other sections, I believe, in the county, portions of 4 coming down further, and then portions of 49 that have eligible status through Caltrans. However, Caltrans has told me the possibility of them actually being designated is relatively small at this time. Lots of things have changed since those were determined as eligible. The National Scenic Byway actually looked at the extension of 4 lower, and it looked like it would be kind of a fool's errand, at least at that time. I talked to people at both the national level and the state level, and they all said, yeah, this is not a good use of your time. So, for what it's worth. Doesn't mean we don't think they're scenic and don't want to preserve their most positive qualities.
I have no problem with COS-6C.
No, I think that's fine. Okay, that takes me down to policy COS 6.6. Says the county shall consider the environmental sensitivity as well as the efficacy of the sites chosen for new recreation facilities. Whenever possible, sites that are less environmentally sensitive shall be selected for placement of new recreation facilities. And this issue came up with respect to a different IM, PF4D, on placing new emergency communications facilities. It had similar language, and the final EIR response to a comment letter 8-8 as to that issue said what is stated, but it wasn't, because it used the same possible language. When it is feasible and equivalently useful, these emergency communications would be installed where less environmentally sensitive conditions exist. And I think the same language should be substituted for the word possible here and every other time it comes up in this sort of thing, because anything is possible.
Feasible and equally
or equivalently useful. And that's going to come up about 4 more times.
Why don't we use, instead of useful, why don't we use efficacious, since that's the, efficacy is what was being balanced in the first part. So that's...
I don't really care. I chose equivalently useful because that's what the final impact report said.
Yeah, they didn't use it.
Except they didn't do it.
I noticed in the communication towers.
I think that language was specifically chosen for communication towers because of the unique regulatory environment that we live in regarding communication facilities. I don't really have a problem with efficacy or, whatever phrase we come up with. I'm just not sure that there's a comparable relationship between the need for telecommunication facilities and, where you put a campground, for example.
Right, I don't see them as...
I think just putting feasible is maybe sufficient, but I'll leave that up to you, your decision.
Well, I mean, sometimes recreational areas, you want them exactly where they're environmentally sensitive. I mean, we're not saying environmentally damaging. Here we're talking about areas where the environmental setting is why you want the park there. And to say, oh, well, we don't want to destroy that with a park, it seems a little strange to me.
I think I agree with you.
I think that you may need to be adjacent to that. You don't want to actually destroy what you're there to see with your campground. It's the same thing I tell my clients. Sometimes you want to put your house not on the prettiest piece because you want to look at the prettiest piece.
Well, I think I agree with Commissioner Wooster that just whenever possible isn't right. I mean, it's just, and I think it is a balancing that you have to do as far as I certainly don't want to destroy environmentally sensitive areas, But if an area is more environmentally sensitive, and that's the reason we want to have this designated open space there, is because it's a wonderful open space, and we could actually put this open space in this asphalt parking lot instead, because it's less environmentally sensitive. What are we doing?
I think there's a flaw in that little bit of logic that you didn't mean to. I think you're trying to say, yes, we want to get close to these things that we appreciate and want to be able to admire, but we don't want to be on top of them. So that's not exactly the same thing as emergency communications, where it might have to be on top of them in order for it to have clear sight lines or for it to function. So in this case, I think we can say that we want to avoid the most sensitive areas.
Perhaps we word it so that whenever feasible, sites that will result in the least environmental impact shall be selected. That.
I mean, we're doing skateboard parks, right? We're not creating the Awani again, so.
Who knows? I mean, you don't know going into this what we're talking about.
I think what Commissioner Laddish just suggested works for me. If I got it right, whenever feasible, sites that will result in the least environmental impact shall be selected for placement of new facilities.
Is that consensus?
Yes, we
Yes.
had consensus.
Okay, policy COS 7.1. New development shall be designed to avoid significant cultural and paleontological resources to the maximum extent feasible. I understand this was in the original, but when I look at the definition of feasible, the word maximum doesn't fit very well. Because feasible means capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, legal, social, and technological factors. And so it's either determined to be feasible or not. So I would take out the
I'd agree.
maximum. Okay, IMCOS-2C, air quality regulations way prescribed burning. Reads, support modification of air quality regulations to accommodate the increased use of prescribed burning and other disposal methods on public and private lands. Then this language got added, where such activity would not pose a threat to nearby sensitive receptors or regional air quality. I have a problem with the last phrase, where such activity would not pose a threat, etc. The activity is to support modification of the regulations, which means they will take into account air quality. So this addition is unnecessary and confusing. If the activity is taken to be the prescribed burning, then this purports to limit artificially what the county can support in modifying the regulations. And the sad fact is we may have to, and probably will have to, put up with increased smoke as compared to no burning. It's a kind of a question, what are you going to compare it to? Would you rather have prescribed fires when you choose to light them, or butte fires or campfires when they are lit when nobody wants them and create enormous amounts of smoke. And we can't control when the wildfires start, and we can't stop them. And, I would say that this emphasis on air quality in the past is partly what has resulted in the overgrown, unhealthy mess we have now in our forests and our brushlands. And so I would not include that additional language. We may well have a threat, if you can call it that, to regional air quality or nearby sensitive receptors, because the alternative is worse. And the regulations will just have to take account of this and do the balancing, and I would not purport to limit them with this language.
I might agree with them. The lesser of the evils, and until such time as we have some other technology for reducing our risk of wildfire. Anybody else? Just 1 minute, let these guys finish first.
Well, I'd like to favor the other disposal methods, or prescribed burning if necessary, or if preferable, or whatever. I know they're developing or have developed very high efficiency incinerators, where if you cut down the tree and stick it in one of these things, it results in very little air pollution in the burning, because it's recycled several times within this large trailer sort of thing. I just wonder if we can express a concern about, what I really want to do is say, well, taking into account the pollution, balancing the risks against the realities of pollution, reach a reasonable decision, which is really not, and we can't say it in those words, but
Well,
I don't know what other, we're saying right now that I guess air quality regulations restrict prescribed burning. I don't know how they do that. Maybe this is, let's ask, if we're going to have somebody in here from the air quality control.
Well, I've had experience working in an area where prescribed burning was really necessary, and it kept getting delayed. This was a federal land rare plant rehabilitation project that needed burning to propagate the rare plants. And every time the BLM was about ready to do it, they got quashed by the air district. And so it does happen.
Yeah.
And this was in a rough, brushy, fire-prone area in El Dorado County. So it does happen. I think that what we'll be doing, so that the end of this whole process is articulating the reasons why we've modified the language of some of the measures. And so the rationale that was provided by Commissioner Wooster certainly we will articulate that in our findings. And so I don't know that we need to have the statement of why we're doing this here.
Okay.
It will be in the findings.
Fine.
Well, I do know that there's at least one landowner in this county that has severely overgrown
Yeah.
parcels, and he has gotten to the point where CAL FIRE has put a cat trail around his property, and they're all ready to burn, and the air quality people shut them down. It happened about 4 times, and it still hasn't been burned. And so that's part of what got us in this mess. Not all of it, but part of it. And that's why this was proposed. We're just going to have to do it.
All right, well, I can go along with your recommendation. And accommodate doesn't mean, accommodate means let's ease the restrictions. And that's fine.
Now, exactly how that's done is going to have to be up to the people who are modifying the regulations. Okay. Do we have a consensus on
I
that?
agree with you.
Okay, my next one is IMCOS dash,
1 minute. Which one are you going on to?
well, it's dash 4D, but that is Oak Woodlands, and I think we may have already covered that because there's a bad site here.
We're going to get back to that because I need to get the corrected
Before we
language.
move on to
and
this next
citation.
item, let's give the public a chance to weigh in on our just previous discussion.
I just wanted to agree with change to 2C and hopefully clarify something here. In 2012, we worked with the Calaveras High School Earth Club, and what they had proposed was not this, but very similar. What they had said was, include restrictions on open burning near sensitive receptors, and this is very important, in community centers like San Andreas and Valley Spring, not in the woods, coupled with planning for constructive options for disposing of yard waste. This is, people burning their yard waste in their backyard that they were concerned about. It had nothing to do with prescribed burns in the woods. So if we could go back to accommodating that desire, I think I don't think there'd be as much.
I saw that in here somewhere else, the talk about alternatives for the community to burning their trash in their backyard.
Okay.
Thank you.
The problem was asthmatic students. They were unable to leave the school.
We might want to take up that issue when we get to the air quality discussion on the implementation.
And in the solid waste, the public facilities. So.
Did you leave that line or take it out?
We deleted that line,
You deleted the reference to sensitive receptors?
yes.
And you
Or
didn't
prescribed.
want them to consider that in
Well, remember,
doing an ordinance?
this is under the provisions of healthy forest, woodlands, and rangelands.
This is wild.
But you're talking about redoing air quality regulations to allow more prescribed burning, and I would say that that's the place to say, except for in community centers with sensitive receptors.
We're only talking about this, though, under the measure for healthy forests, woodlands, and rangelands.
Uh-huh.
So that's in a separate section, which I think is what Mr. Inquisino was
Okay,
discussing, that he wants to make sure it stays in that other section,
okay.
or gets added into the other section if it's inadvertently in the wrong spot here.
I'm for control burns as long as they don't get out of control. I think that there's ways to use controlled burns and also utilize manpower on the ground to organize what's needed to be burned, and also to save live plants and trees that might be coming up that might otherwise be destroyed. And it may sound labor intensive, but I believe there's labor out there that could be utilized in this way, and it would give a lot of people a sense of accomplishing something like the CCCs did in the past.
Back to you.
Oh, okay. This is more of a question than a problem with it. IMCOS-7I is Parks and Recreation Funding. pursue funding and support efforts to provide funding for local community parks, recreation facilities, and trail facilities using available funding sources. This doesn't look to me like a mitigation measure. And if it is, I'd be curious to know what it's mitigating. I'm not convinced that this needs to be in the general plan at all. I don't know what happens if the county doesn't do this. And I would just point out that the county has a lot of public recreation opportunities, trails, logging roads, reservoirs, Forest Service land, and so forth. So don't know if this is needed, not sure it's appropriate, don't have strong feelings about it, but I'd like to.
It makes me feel good. I'd like to keep it in.
Well, I think it would be reversed. If it makes you feel good, I don't object to keeping it in.
I don't think this was added as a mitigation measure. I think it was just a suggestion as a response to comment. I'd have to double check that.
I think
it was.
It was here before.
I think if a person's trying to raise money for a community park, it'd be nice for them to be able to go to the county and herd and say, can you help me out? Or can you add the county's name to the list of people that want to see this happen, and this sort of thing. So I don't see any harm for having this in there.
There's a major lack in recreation in this county, so I believe if it got removed, it would be detrimental, so I'm all for leaving this in.
You're right, it was a mitigation measure.
I guess it doesn't really matter whether it came as a mitigation measure when it's actually not mitigating anything, or not, as long as people are in favor of it.
Well, I think it was addressing the lack or limited availability of recreational resources, which is something we do have to address in the CEQA. And because of sort of the unique situation in the county where there's most of the parks and recreation facilities are not operated by the county, I think the intent was that, we would assist those, local community organizations or small districts that do operate parks and assist with, grant funding, whatever, to assist in funding those kind of improvements that are necessary to support the development in the county. I think you're right, it probably doesn't really, there's not a specific action that would be taken other than that we would, where there's opportunity that arises, and there's numerous various grant programs available for local park programs that we would certainly investigate those and pursue them where appropriate. I don't think it does any, it doesn't commit the county to any specific course of action other than where we can assist in developing more parkland and recreation facilities.
So we had a Parks and Rec program of sorts that had representatives for each district, and they were really only making use of some funds that the county had received and allocating them. But there is only one Parks and Rec district in the county. Is that true in San Andreas, I think?
I believe so. I think all the other parks are community organization, 501c3 type of organizations.
I think the draft EIR says that.
Yeah, so, would creating a Parks and Rec district that then would have some responsibility to go look for funding and makes sense, but or it's just an additional expense.
Well, often I know that,
also.
a specific example, local park district in Murphy's is going to be applying for a grant, but they need a government entity to apply for it concurrently with. So there's the funding agency requires some type of public entity to be involved in that grant application, even though it's all going to be operated by the nonprofit. So it's a weird anomaly with some funding sources that require a government entity to be involved in it. So in this case, if a private, or not private, but a local park district would come to the county and say, we need your support for this grant application we're funding, that we would say, yes, that's consistent with our general plan, we'll sign on to it, even though there's really no responsibility associated with the county other than, and I'm not sure all the details of that. I just know there's one specific instance where it's required that a government entity support the funding of the nonprofit entity.
But if we had actually somebody whose responsibility was, or a portion of their responsibility was to identify funding sources, we might have a better opportunity, even if it's a community group going after it with the support of the county. I just don't think most of those community groups who are managing the parks right now are in a position, so who is this directed to? Who is pursuing funding?
Well, again, it's the county.
County.
So this is the county's plan, so, so the assumption is the county will,
Right.
is what's in front of each of these statements.
I understand, and so I'm just wondering who at the county that might be.
Well, when the county, the county shall adopt a recreation master plan, which is the one beforehand.
Yeah.
It can
Anyone
set-
who's appropriate, from staff up to the board of supervisors.
Short resources. One
Right.
guy's going to end up with all these jobs, or one woman. I don't really have any problem with it at all. I just wonder where it will really go without somebody being assigned that responsibility.
Maybe rather than pursue, the county will support, or, some other language if you feel more comfortable in that.
It already supports efforts, so.
Yeah.
It,
I like it the way it is.
yeah, we just.
Okay. I don't really have anything else on the conservation and open space element, other than the ones that we've deferred, obviously.
Nothing in the cultural resources. There's only one change there. Okay.
I'd suggest we keep going. Let's see.
I think we're kind of getting to the end of the cultural, or the conservation and open space section, but let's invite the public to see if they have anything to add to that element.
Are you done?
Pretty much.
Oh,
How'd that happen so quickly? We wrapped it up.
yeah, you jumped back and forth, so I didn't know if we were.
Well, there's things we'll be coming back to that we're identifying.
GHG and another one.
Yeah, a couple of big pieces, but
There is an issue regarding recreation down in Valley Springs, and I'm not into that, but Zero McDaniel is, and she's been working with a group for a long time, and I bet if she knew this was going on, she'd want to be a party to this conversation and at least share a little bit of that information. I don't know if it involves a countywide park district where they could have a stronger ability to gather grants and get stronger funding. And they have their own organization, and it's been there for a long time. I'm not sure if they're a 501c3, but I don't know if this is the appropriate place to bring it up. I just wish she was here, and I don't know enough about it. But the need is there, I know that. I hope
I think
that
that's pretty
doesn't
much what we were just discussing. There definitely is a need, and
Yeah.
what can we do?
Why couldn't a county park director be hired as a grant writer? They could probably pay their own salary out of the grant funding, that they could generate their own salary. I mean, and it would help everybody. It just seems to me. Anyway, I'm not sure I even know what I'm talking about, but it just makes sense.
I have to say my experience with that with nonprofits, this idea that you'll have a grant writer and they will generate their own salary and be able to have money left to do the actual
But
thing hasn't always worked out quite
No,
as
I
well as
understand
you'd
that,
like.
but parks are kind of a unique situation. There's a whole different stream of funding. It's not like us trying to convince our grantors of what our work, because it's difficult to explain to them. Parks are easy. It's kids, it's families, it's seniors, it's bettering the community, it's all that stuff. And I'd hate to see Calaveras County miss that opportunity, and I'd hate to see the kids miss that opportunity if it's there for us to do for them. That's kind of where I'm coming from. Okay.
I just recalled, I think it's in maybe public facilities element that we also refer to the Park and Recs Committee. We have a county Park and Recs Committee. And I think that was added into the public facilities element.
I know that I read more about it somewhere else
Yeah.
also, so I know we're going to come back
So
to recreation again.
This kind of ties to that because, they're trying to find funding for Park and Recs in the public facilities element too. So I don't know if there needs to be some kind of a tie-in to here because that's what this is looking for funding for parks.
Right, maybe we should just make a note to make sure we cross-reference it to that section.
Yeah, because underneath there's no implement what policy, there's no who's responsible entity. That's kind of like missing here, and it seems to tie in with the park and the public facilities too, so maybe revisit that at that point too. Because there's nothing under this that explains why it's there either. I mean, I like it, but it needs to work, yeah.
Okay. Earlier in the general plan update process, we generated a draft energy element and a draft water element. And in 2012, the board decided that pursuing those as independent elements would slow down the general plan update process. And so they chose not to move them forward. In doing so, they made a couple of suggestions. One was that some of those provisions could be included in other agreements and MOUs with various agencies, and the other was that there may be some places in the existing general plan elements where some of those policies would fit. So I think Commissioner Plotnick took on the job of the greenhouse gas effort, and I encourage you to look for mitigation menu items regarding greenhouse gases that are in the draft energy element that was prepared for the county. Also, please consider some of the applicable water element policies that we identified and passed on to you for inclusion in this conservation element, and also for inclusion in the public facilities element where they're applicable. Thank you.
It is. Oh, go ahead.
I believe in parks and recreation and open space, as long as it doesn't tread on private property rights. I think one of the missing pieces in a lot of the things that happen to do with community gatherings, whether it's sports or meetings or whatever, is that there's not enough parking spaces if you have a really good turnout. And it really puts people in a bad place to try to find a place to park when there's a larger gathering, it's a successful gathering, a gathering that can fill the hall or the field or whatever it happens to be. And so I wish that when some of these things are allowed, that there would be more parking required, because I live down in the Valley Springs area, and I know that the park down there and the Jenny Lind Veterans Memorial District they could use more parking and closer proximity to what they have there. And I know that land is expensive, but I also know that there's a lot of land.
I don't believe we want to move on to the noise element tonight at 4:45.
That's fine with me.
That would be my,
May I suggest that we might want to talk about, on our personal schedule, reserving some time for the week after next in case we don't finish up next week?
yes. Before we do that, one last chance, because we're going to move away from talking about elements now. Just for today.
My only comment is I'd like to remind everybody of your microphones. Just when you're far from them, it'd be hard to
So maybe before we address
I didn't want you to have
going
to hear
beyond
that.
next week, if I could just sort of summarize some of the assignments that have come out of today. We're going to address Oaks at the next meeting, as well as greenhouse gas. I'm going to get the Air Pollution Control District staff hopefully to participate in that. I was going to work on modifying the first number, implementation measure COS 4K regarding invasive species. That was going to be sort of split in two separate issues. And I was going to clarify the language regarding the term sensitive and significant communities and whether or not that was a term of art, and if we could modify that. For some reason, it seemed like there was other things I'd volunteered to do today, but I don't see them in my notes. Was there something else that I missed?
Yeah. The IM RP 1E, the one on conversion of ag lands.
I've been marking up the book and taking notes, and hopefully we'll
We will definitely have
coordinate
to get
with
together on
Annette
this one here.
afterwards
Yeah.
and come up with the list that hopefully everybody
I hope
agrees.
so, because
Yeah, I knew there was something else. So when it comes to the resource production one, yeah, that was it. I knew I was forgetting something.
and there may have been other things, but once we say, would you take care of that, it's gone from my mind.
So discussion of whether we believe we will need additional dates.
Well, I think more to the point is, if we do,
Right.
now might be the time to plan it.
So we have next Thursday and Friday scheduled. Then we move into the week of June 10th through the 14th. I know that I'm not available on the 14th. That's budget week as well.
Yeah, no problem.
So budget hearings will certainly be going on from the 11th, at least for the next couple of days after that.
That doesn't sound very promising for that week, so I wonder if we have extend our hours for next week's meeting.
That's what I was just going to. I have the 5th, 6th, and 7th as potential dates next week.
Not the 5th. That was when I,
That's when you
couldn't
said you
possibly.
couldn't do, so I
Yeah.
just probably still had it on here as tentative.
So if we are not doing it.
right. But 6th and 7th, I could, We could take a dinner break and come back for the evenings, which I know causes overtime and et cetera.
On the 6th, there's already a scheduled meeting for the board chambers at 5:30.
I just think trying to extend the day is not going to be that productive. I mean,
Okay.
some of us, it's all we can do to go 9 to 5.
So Monday, the 10th appears to be available.
Excuse me?
Monday, the 10th appears to be available if needed.
Okay, I can change my schedule around to,
On the 10th, I will be out of town on a conference from the 10th through the 12th.
So that won't work.
and just for people's information, on the 18th, I'm getting my left shoulder replaced, and so that's going to take me out of the picture for a few days. Not done by then.
Gosh, we hope we're done by then.
Oh, I do, too.
Well, it sounds like we may have to go out a couple weeks.
Well, darn.
I think the indication is we better be really efficient next week and see what we can do. I mean, I don't anticipate
Bless you.
that there's going to be a whole lot of controversy over the noise, but I don't know.
Well, I think that once we get through the oak woodlands and the air pollution-related matters, I think it gets a lot less complicated and a lot easier to deal with, at least so far as the things I've identified. There are some things in the environmental impact report that I think need to be corrected because we're supposed to be certifying it as adequate as well, but I don't think it's going to take that long. I think we ought to plan for 2 weeks out from.
I think the day that we talk about EIR issues, we would want to have outside counsel here specifically on those days, so we'd want to coordinate our schedules with Remy for that particular discussion.
Yeah, I don't see us getting through on the 6th and the 7th.
Commissioner Laddish, how long do you think you'll be out when you have your
I think
shoulder
with the
replaced?
shoulder, I would hesitate to schedule anything that week, but the next week.
So the board meets on the 25th, so the rest of that week is probably open. I'd have to double check the schedule here. We have a regular scheduled meeting of the Planning Commission on the 27th. We can certainly incorporate continued hearings into that meeting date if needed.
How busy will we be otherwise on that day?
Annette, I don't think
We don't have
there may
anything
be
that far ahead.
1 or 2 items that are coming up, so we could take care of those first thing and then
27th and 28th would be.
Oh, and we have a planning commission meeting on the 13th already,
Yeah.
right? That only has, I think, 1 item on the agenda, unless that's changed.
right, we do.
I just realized that it's budget hearings that week. And we continued,
Right.
was it Whitaker,
Yes.
to that day? So we're going to have to,
Now, last year, I know the board finished the budget hearings in 2 days. I don't know. In other years, it's gone a full week, so we don't really know what we could see if the room next door is available for the Planning Commission on the 13th.
I don't believe we'll have feed or anything, though. Will
Pardon
we?
me?
I don't believe we would have any feed or any hookups.
Right, that's the problem with not meeting here, is the typical setup for videotaping it becomes challenging, especially when Susan's here in the board chambers.
So basically, if the budget hearings go into the 13th, we would not meet.
We would probably have to cancel that meeting and continue that item. I guess we wouldn't know that until the
Until
very
the
last
day
minute,
before.
Until the end of, yeah.
Right. So better to just stay away from that week. Does that mean we need to reschedule our regular one also, though?
I hate to cancel it when it's an opportunity to meet,
No.
and we don't know, and if we end up having to cancel, we'll just post a notice out there that says because of conflict with meeting space, we've canceled the meeting. And everything will be, postponed to the 27th or 26th.
Because if we could hold the 13th and 14th as potential wrap up this general plan hearings, I mean, maybe we'll be able to do it. If we can't, we can't.
I know I won't be here on the 14th.
I won't be
And you
here on
won't
the 14th.
either, right?
I have the meeting with Department of Conservation.
Okay, we want to be really efficient and try to get done on the 13th if possible.
If we can meet.
Well, I guess all we can do is we've got the 13th as a potential, depending on the board budget hearings. If we get done, let's plan on at least discussing the EIR on the 7th, and we make sure that we have our outside counsel here that day. Christine, or Tim, or you, Tiffany?
Yeah, that should be fine, the 7th.
The 7th.
Okay.
Yeah. To make sure that we have that discussion then, and if there's a need to continue on with some other wrap-up discussion of specific measures, then we can go back to that. I don't think there's going to be anything in these other, probably the biggest, most controversial issue that's still outstanding once you get through the oaks and greenhouse gases issue associated with community plans.
I was going to say, the community plan is going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And I think there's some public services issues.
I'm not saying there aren't any issues. I don't think
They're
it'd
not
be
horrible,
quite
but
as-
there's quite a lot there.
Quite as complex as the discussion we had today.
Right.
Just a note, on the 26th, I have a problem midday. We took a little longer for lunch, but I could probably take care of it. I mean,
If we had to do.
it's my last doctor's appointment with a doctor who's retiring a week after.
So are we reserving the 10th, Monday to the 10th?
No, because
Brett is not available.
Brett
It's
is
10.
not available.
Brett, okay.
No.
So the 13th, depending on board schedule, the
on the 26th.
26th,
That's not available.
that's not available? Okay, 27th?
The 27th
It is our plan.
is our
Is our
regular
plan.
meeting.
We ought to be able to do it.
I don't know, better be available.
What?
And if it need be, the 28th, I guess?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Seven for sure.
Which one? Okay. Let's hear one last comment here.
I appreciate the difficulty with meeting on the 13th. I was just wondering, I know that our friends over at CCWD have a wonderful conference room set up with live feed and everything, and I'm not sure about the situation in Angels Camp, but they may also have a similar facility that might be available on the 13th if we get bumped from this room.
Thank you.
Julie, are you aware of
If we
any
got bumped
concern
from-
about noticing if we move the location of the meeting?
Well, we know we have to amend the notice anyway to accommodate another closed session. So, I mean, we can do a special meeting notice. We just need to have, depending on whether it's a regular meeting or special meeting, either 24 hours or 72 hours advance notice. So we can't just necessarily do it on the fly, but we'll have to follow up any discussion today with noticing and or amending the notices as necessary.
But if we're going to plan to meet on the 13th, and it's dependent on whether the board finishes their budget hearings or not by the 12th, and we won't know until sometime in the afternoon of the 12th whether or not that's going to happen or not. That doesn't give us either 24, let alone 72 hours of notice. But is it possible to notice the meeting here, but if we have to change it, we put a notice outside that the meeting has been moved to another location?
Yeah, I'll have to I have to just double check how to postpone or adjourn. I don't know if off the top of your head, Chris, you know, it would be an easy thing to look up and we can figure it out.
And if we can't, do we just decide to meet somewhere else so that it's a sure thing?
I will check with the CCWD to see if their hearing room might be available.
And I'll work with Peter on the right way to do noticing. I know that when you're having a regular meeting, you're supposed to meet in your regular place, but again, there's exceptions to everything, and we can usually find a workaround.
The good thing is that most of the people who are very interested are hearing this discussion today, and will be here next week, and will hopefully know about it, and we still have to do all the legal stuff. Okay.
We were able to burn up that time.
I can't find my dates, but here we go. Let's have buried the agenda. So we are going to continue this hearing to June 6th and adjourn the meeting for today. Thank you so much, everybody.